This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane, Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Get locked out in the worst moments of your life.
Where are my car keys?
Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, we go. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning. Welcome aboard. Time to rock and roll. Yes, sir. You know, it's Thursday. You know where we're at right here at Hialeah Park Casino. Yes, sir. Second floor poker room. Uh-oh, look out. All right, so yeah, there. You made me hop, okay? Now, I don't think you're going to, no, there's no way I'm in picture there. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the pictures like going all over the place. Yeah, no, you're sure. Sean's on the thing there. Yeah, there we go. All right, there. It's going back. It's going back. There we go. No, you stay. You stay. Hold on. Don't move. Don't move. Wait. Okay, now lift up a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a tad. Okay. And then this is what I'm going to do. Okay. And there we go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because I moved a little bit there for you. All right, so now we are centered. All right. Don't you love live? You know, it's like one of those things. You think you're centered, and then the box comes out, and then you're not that centered. And
it's starting to become our little bit that we have every time we go live at remote, right?
Yeah.
That's our little bit for
yeah,
everybody.
I think so. Yeah, that's pretty much it. By the way, we will be going live from Las Vegas next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then the following week, I'll be in Vegas for several days because obviously I got to stay there and do some business and also see Biffy Clyro, who is one of my favorite young bands. And they are touring. They never come here. They rarely come to the States as it is, and they're only doing a few dates. So I am blessed enough to be able to go do the draft and then go see that. But I'm also doing some business as we are negotiating over in Vegas and hopefully having What happened? What went on? What?
Look what the greater good said.
What do you say? Santeria and the Alarmo didn't make it a highly. Oh, yeah, I know. I forgot the Alarmo in my house. I was gonna bring it so Sean would put it on the mic, and I forgot it. I'm an idiot. So I gotta remember tomorrow when I go to Acura. I gotta give him the Alarmo so he can put the Alarmo on here. By the way, remember we are giving away 3 Alarmos, okay? And I have one for you, by the way. Oh, you got one already, right? You got one up in.
Yeah, he's always watching my back in the studio.
Yeah, that's right. You got one in the thing. So we're gonna give 3 away. And we remember you gotta DM me. Don't send it on the Twitter, like out there like a tweet. DM on Twitter or Instagram. Instagram, it's Big O Radio Show, like YouTube, and everything else is pretty much Big O Radio Show. Our website is bigoradioshow.com. Everything's Big O Radio Show except Twitter is Big O Show. But you can DM me on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. You can also send it on the Welton Rayom text line at 855-912-1056. Monday, we will pick and ship the 3 winners. And I will tell you, hey, you won. We're sending you an Alarmo now. And so we will send you an Alarmo. Okay. So we thank the great folks at Sloman's. And don't forget to call 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home like Sean and I do. Yes, sir.
No, I saw on one of the Yahoo
a
mails.
lot of people are sending.
No, they are, but one said alarm system. I just want to make sure everybody understands. This is the Alarm O.
Yeah.
This is the
Alarm
O.
I clearly showed the
you
pictures.
Did. No, you 100% did.
But I put Alarm O.
I think possibly somebody maybe from the podcast. I just jumped on it this morning real quick.
Yeah.
and I saw, maybe they worded it wrong also, but
Right.
in the thing it says, I want one of the alarm systems.
Yeah, well.
So I just want to make sure we put it out there clear.
No, but you can get an alarm system.
Oh, no, you 100% get it.
You and I got it. 1-800-ALARM-ME, and they will alarm you.
But that's not what we're sending to you.
There you go. But we don't want to alarm you that it's only Alarmo. Okay? So, send us your address, your full name, and your email. Send it on the Welton Realm text line or any of the DMs that I have, and I will pick 3 winners on Monday, and the wife will then ship out the 3 Alarmos to the 3 winners. Okay? So there you go. If you want to win an Alarmo, that's what you've got to do. And I'm waiting to see Frank so I can get the green light to start giving away boxing tickets for the next week here to get ready for next week's big boxing match here at Hialeah Park. Can't wait for that. Or 2 weeks from now. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
2 weeks from now.
He'll be by
next
this
week. I'm in
afternoon
Vegas.
here at
Right?
the broadcast. Yeah, next week we're in Vegas.
Yeah. So we'll have 2 weeks to give away the tickets, which is perfect. It's plenty of time. Giovanni says, lots of love from North Carolina. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is that Eastern, Central, or Western Carolina? Where is it in Carolina, Giovanni? Let's see. Ma Brule is in. What else do we have? Greater Good. I see South Florida Don, Ray Sosa. And the curse of the great Sean Stanley. I don't know what that means. I guess it's the camera stuff. My viewing experience is ruined. What Alarmo now? I have to look at O's face. Exactly. I mean, that's what my wife says. Think about that. She's stuck with me. Look at that. Holy crap. Making an appearance in Hialeah. What's up, dude? Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Business cards. Yeah. All right, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. All right. I'll talk to you later on. Stick around. Have a midnight sandwich or something, bro. Gamble a little bit. Yeah, right. Yeah, move the camera around. All right, man. Thanks, dude. You got it. I'll call you later. All right. Good stuff as always. I love it. Business. See, business always being taken care of all the time.
From now on, since I'm getting stuck with the shtick of the camera thing, I'm not setting the camera up until we go live.
Hey, you want one of my new cards?
Yeah, I do.
There you go.
Look at that.
New business cards.
From now on, the camera gets set up live. As soon as we go live and we turn it on, the camera will be on, but we'll start moving it around at that point. That's when I'll adjust it.
Right. We'll get a sponsor for that too. It's the Canon focus moment.
There you go. Or a motion sickness pill or something. It'll have to be something like that.
Weapon X United. Yeah, baby. That's I think the second time this week already for you. Thank you for the love on the social media. I see Nizzle is in. Ray says, big shocker. The Bulls won against the Bucks last night. Yeah, well, Middleton got injured. So, yeah, Booker gets injured, Suns lose. Middleton gets injured, Bucks lose. Heat still healthy, Heat win. I'm just saying, easier road to the final if the Bucks don't have Middleton. Easier road to win the title if the Suns aren't there. Okay, so I'm not wishing injury on anybody. That don't take it that way, because I would never do that for no player. That's not something that I would ever wish for. But I am saying it does make the road easier for the Miami Heat if Middleton isn't going to play, because Milwaukee's not going to last in this series without Middleton, and the Suns are not going to make it to the finals without Booker. There's no way they make it to the finals without Booker. No way. Good morning, Big O. Starting a GoFundMe to help out to get Debo to the Dolphins. You know that money doesn't go with the cap, right? Yeah. You know what? Why don't you start a GoFundMe for Sean Stanley? Okay. We need a title sponsor for Sean Stanley's wrestling shows. Okay. How about that? How about a sponsor stepping up to become the title sponsor of the wrestling shows? Let's see. We got that. We're building that up for you guys now, too, for you wrestling fanatics out there. Boy, he was full of piss and vinegar last night. I tuned in. Holy shit. He was just
stuff doesn't make sense.
Well, obviously, I was listening to you, and you would have no more of it. You're done with it.
I'm done with a 63-year-old man jumping off a balcony. I'm done.
It's not very realistic. It's like watching Roger Moore in his final, James Bond, and you're like, yeah, dude, yeah, no, he needs to retire. Yeah. Do you guys like that limoncello? Oh, yes. Oh, Giovanni, yes. Yes, I tried the limoncello. When you gave it to me, I took it home. I put it in the freezer for a couple days, and then I drank it after that. And it was that was the first. I've never had that in my life. And you made that. So, see, here's my problem with that now, Giovanni. Do they all taste as good as the one you had, or how different are they? Now I'm going to be, I'm going to have trepidations now, because now you like set the standard, because I don't know anything about this. It was really good, by the way. I liked it. Thank you very much for the limoncello. That was really, really nice, man.
It's first time for me as well. Yep. And the wife.
Oh,
yeah.
She had never tried it either?
No, not limoncello. No.
I've never tried it. You froze it also?
I did.
Okay.
I did a little bit longer than you, but
I only did it. I did it for a couple of days, and then I remember. I did it for a couple of days. Then I remembered I had it. Okay, because I forgot about it, and like 4 days later or something like that, and then I had it. It was good. It was good. Thank you, man. That was very nice. That was a good experience. Refreshing too. It was good. I like it. Thank you very much. Greg Simmons says, sending love from Alabama. I'm not going to read the rest. It says, what's up, Sean and Big O? Love seeing you guys represent Hialeah. That's my city. And as always, my home, no matter what. Kick ass and get some poker games in. Thank you, Miami sports fanatic. Lisa Rose is in. Says, good morning, Big O, Sean, and Finn's family. A word to the wise. Make sure you tell those you care about how much you do every chance you get. You never know when it might be your last chance, too. You're right. You got to tell the people you love how much you love them. And you have a chance to, give somebody a hug and give them a kiss. You do that, man. Definitely. And you have a friend, you tell them how much you appreciate them. You have a friend that you work with every day, you tell them how much you appreciate it every day. You got to do that, man. Yeah, no doubt about it, Lisa. It's great advice. Nico says, Marlins let us down last night. Yeah, well, it's the offense, man. That's been our concern. You know what I'm saying? That's maybe the Philly pitching wasn't fine-tuned yet, but that's been our entire concern for this season. Alcantara was just absolutely amazing yesterday. He was fabulous, and the poor kid had nothing to show for it, as they gave up the run late in the game. Adjustment segment sponsored by Fruit of the Loom. There you go, NorCal. I like it. Or the Fruit of the Loom wrestling shows. We can do that too. In fact, Sean will officially do them in Fruit of the Looms. That's it. That's the idea, right? I mean, it's the sponsor, right? So you might as well support the sponsor. Yeah, it's crazy to think the Bulls could actually go up 3-1 if they win in Chicago. Yeah. I mean, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but they got a chance now. Michael says he's listening from Hampton, Virginia. Giovanni says the Heat are deep. The teams depend on their one stud. We play well, missing Lowry or Jimmy, Bam or Hero throughout the season. Prefer them playing through. Yeah. No, they've adjusted well. Daniel says Bitcoin has a nice climb this morning. Yeah, it's up to 43,000 right now. It is climbing right now. Let's hope it continues. The run's going to happen at one point or another. It's going to bust out. It's like a volcano that's building up right now for Bitcoin. As the reserves are drying up, there's going to be a parabolic explosion. Any day now, any week now, it's going to happen, man. It's the inevitable. So we'll see. We'll see. The wrestling show is top notch. A lot of fun. People are missing out on it. There you go, Steve Chapman. Thank you, sir. I think I saw you on the chat board yesterday when I chimed in. Andy Rivas, Big O, Jazz Chisholm was the next hitter when Rojas made the last out of the game. Mattingly hitting Jazz ninth. Because of that, he gets less at bats than other players. He leads the team in home runs, RBIs, and runs. Andy, It's Don Mattingly. It's funny because when I was at the when I was working at the other station, and they I one of the shows in the afternoon would have Mattingly on and all that, and I would laugh because it's just one of those things that you're kissing somebody's ass, and I mean, not in a way, I don't blame them, and plus, it's not like I, Hawk is a great dude and all, but it's not like I really trust his, sports opinion at all. You know what I'm saying? He's not really a sports guy, so they were all really supportive and talking of Mattingly like he's the second coming, and I'm laughing in my car whenever I'm hearing that while I was working there, and then it's just one of those things I've talked about over the years. Who the hell has ever thought that Don Mattingly's a good manager? Seriously. Like, at what point? You know what I mean? So don't expect good managing. He's a nice guy. He's a great guy. He was a hell of a player. All of those things are true. But as a manager, he's just a guy. There's nothing special about Don Mattingly, the manager. He's a guy that you just use for an expansion team or a young team or something like that. But if you want to actually really win something and you've got the kind of team that can win something, Mattingly has never been your manager. He has the job because I'm sure Jeter was doing that. I need a guy for the first part of this whole thing. We'll use Don for the first couple of years. When we build it up, then we'll go get a real manager to manage the kind of team that can get into the playoffs and go deep into the playoffs and maybe win a World Series. I'm sure that was the plan for Derek Jeter. But he never got to that point because the team never got to the point where you have to turn over the manager, also because you now have the kind of team that needs a real manager. So this is a stopgap. This is a guy that you just use for that initial developmental stage. But if you're expecting him to outwit them, it's not going to happen, man. It's not going to happen. It's just not. So expecting that is building yourself up for what it is. Big O, did you see the video from Billy Corbin on the future of the Inter Miami FC stadium deal? I have not seen it. They told me about it, and I forgot to look it up yesterday. Big O, did you ever work with Andy? Yes. Andy and I worked together over at 640. He's a good dude. He's done a really good job with breaking stories and stuff like that. He's done a really good job with that, getting his in with the cops and all that. He's done a nice job with the breaking story stuff. Let's see, what else do we have? Good morning, Big O, Sean Finns fans, Rich V, GP Trap Hewitt is in, Samuel is in, Nick is in. He says playing for the Yankees can write your ticket. Really? What are the Yankees winning, bro? I must have missed out on that. Well, oh, you got the 27 championships. Okay. All right. I don't think you've noticed what's happened since the old man died. And he was on his deathbed when they won the last one in 2009. It is 2009, right? I want to say. So we're talking quite a bit of ways now. So I don't know about I get it. You're probably a blind ass fan, but nobody looks at that Yankees that franchise the same way anymore. How 2010? Okay, July 2010. July? How can it be July, dude? It's in November when they play that thing, in October. Oh, no, he died. I'm saying the title. It was 9, right? I want to say he died right after. Like, he wasn't like completely in charge anymore at that point because he was too sick. But, whatever. Either way. What? I'm sorry, I forgot. What ticket are the Yankees writing lately? 09, right? It's been a long time, dude. when this new version of the Yankees starts showing me that they can win a championship, then you Yankee fans can talk shit. Meanwhile, dude, go hide in a corner, bro. Please. Yankee fans talking about a franchise that doesn't exist anymore. The old man's not alive anymore. The old man cared about winning. It mattered. This part of the family, they're not about winning. They're not maniacal about winning. I mean, if you don't see that as a Yankee fan, dude, you're a real blind ass Yankee fan. So I don't know, man. I don't think anybody really fears this Yankee franchise anymore. Steinbrenner did what it took to win every single time. Maybe he didn't win it every time, but you bet your ass that he was going to be in the mix in everything that was going on. So just kind of funny to hear a Yankee fan brag about something that doesn't exist anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, you write your ticket where, bro? Where are you writing your ticket? What are oh, they're 7-5. They're writing their ticket. It's freaking hilarious. Anyway, don't forget to hit the like button. I agree on that one. We are awaiting Anthony Chang as get his do you see Anthony Chang? I don't know. Are you on the right window again or on the wrong window? You did start on a Thursday, right? You sure? Okay, because he says okay, all right. We'll send him one. Okay. I guess he's not I guess he hasn't gotten it. Okay. Let's see. And we'll get Anthony Chang on with our liquor split Miami Heat report. No Heat tonight. Tomorrow night, the Heat will be on. I got a lot of things to talk about with Tua and the Dolphins. We'll get to that after Anthony Chang. Do want to talk a little basketball with Anthony, kind of get through the basketball part. I'll get through the football part next because then we got Poo Part after that and Marcel, so it kind of flows a little bit more. So we'll get to that overall. What else do we have here on the program? By the way, Alan Poupar is at 11:30. Marcel Louis Jacques with our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report. MyEdgeDrink.com. By the way, use the code Big O for 10% off. Smooth, delicious, zero aftertaste, man. MyEdgeDrink.com. So good, man. So good. So good. All right, we are ready to rock. Let's talk a little basketball, a little Miami Heat with Anthony Chang and our liquor split, Miami Heat and NBA reports.
Let's tap into the latest with the Miami Heat and our liquor split app, Miami Heat reports with insider Anthony Chang. Liquor Split is Miami's own online liquor store. Download, then tap the app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split. Here's Anthony Chang.
We're ready to talk a little basketball, a little Heat, a little NBA. Anthony Chang, Liquor Split. Don't forget, download the app, iOS or Android. Tap that app, Liquor Split. Get your favorite liquor delivered to your home. Flat fee of $2.99, man. It's a beautiful thing. And $1 goes to solving homelessness in Miami, so they're also doing a good thing. So tap that app. How you doing, my man? You feeling good?
Doing good, Big O. Ready to head to Atlanta for the weekend.
So let me ask you, are you ready for the finals? Because, I mean, you know, if the Bucks are going to lose Middleton and the Suns are going to lose Booker, I mean, you know, the road is they're paving the road for the Miami Heat to get to the finals there. I mean, I don't wish injury on anybody, but wow, man, watching those two guys go down, those are, I mean, they both lost right immediately because those guys went down. It shows you how fragile this thing can be, and we felt it in the bubble when Bam and Goran, by the way, who played pretty well last night, went down in the finals for us.
Yeah, I was about to say this. If you need motivation to end this series quickly, that's one right there. Play less games, less risk of injury, because this is very fragile. We've seen it. A turned ankle by Jimmy Butler, and this could be totally different in a week. So if you're the Heat, you want to end this as quickly as possible. Obviously, those injuries don't hurt the Heat, but the East is so tough, Big O. You've seen it. Like Brooklyn could be. I mean, Brooklyn's down 2-0, but they could be up 2. They could be up 2-0. I mean, they could have won game 1. Game 2, they just played bad toward the end. And then Philly's looking good. Even Chicago is looking much better than we thought. So the East is loaded.
Well, they lost Middleton, so
yeah, but even game 1, they were up with like 3 minutes left.
Yeah, that's true.
They looked better. I mean, I didn't expect them to even be that competitive in the series. To be honest with you,
you're right. You're right.
And they've kept it close, and they stole home court, and it's a long series, but there's probably 4 or 5 teams in the East that if they get out and make it to the finals, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, no, it's crazy stuff. Now, watching Brooklyn last night, I'm not saying he's there. I'm just telling you, these were the first signs of Father Time catching up to Kevin Durant. Agree or disagree?
I mean, he's not young anymore. He has the Achilles injury. I know that we've all been saying, well, it looks like he's never even had that Achilles injury. I mean,
they're stealing the ball from They're stealing the ball from his ass. They're blocking him. He's turning it over. Ooh.
I saw something on Twitter that he's played like 40+ minutes in I don't know how many games in a row. I mean, they've had to ride him just to make it to the play-in and get that 7th spot. So I think Father Time. I think just the load that he's had to carry this year with James Harden, all the James Harden stuff, the Kyrie stuff that he hasn't been available for home games most of the season. You haven't been able to rely on him. Durant's been the guy, and they've had to ride him. And I think you're kind of seeing the effects now. And he's obviously facing a very good defense in Boston, who, they're going to make life tough on you, just like we're seeing with the Heat on Trae Young. So I think he's really feeling the effects of just the load he's had to carry over the last month or so.
Yeah, and for me, I think Tatum and Brown need these kind of performances because I know they're good. I know they're super talented, but your talent has to start performing in the most important moments of the year, and that's the playoffs. And I haven't seen enough from those guys. And for me, that's that drive in game 1 to finish it off after you gave up the lead. You know what I mean? And then yesterday you're down by as much as 17 or something, and you're able to come back and win that. I think that bodes well for those two cats because personally for me, I need to witness more of that from them at these moments. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, we saw them a couple of years ago against the Heat, right? And they didn't have the best series, both of them.
Yeah.
So this is big for them. Just the first round, but you're facing a really good opponent in the first round. So if they can play well against Brooklyn and get out of this round and advance to the second round and face Milwaukee or Chicago, they look good. They've looked good for months now. And these last 2 games, even without Robert Williams, what they've been able to do defensively, Boston's for real. Like they are one of those teams that I'm talking about in the East that if they get out, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, no, I'm of course not. I mean, it's the way they're playing defense. That's what gets you there actually. And I got to give them credit. I got to give the head coach. What is it? Imo
Udoka. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Imo Udoka.
Yeah, I got to give him credit because he's getting them to play the kind of defense that they're capable of. And Brad Stevens did not get them to play that kind of dog defense that they need. And hell, if you're going to beat the Heat, you're going to have to play that tough-minded type defense. And that's one thing I will give the Celtics. You see you're seeing a lot more of Marcus Smart spread all over the rest of the team, in other words.
Yeah, can you imagine a series between the Celtics and the Heat? I mean, those would be like that'd be like 90s basketball. It might be like 92 to 87 games. Pat Riley would love that. So that would be a fun series full of defense and probably not great offense.
Although I will say this, I thought the referees last night, they mismanaged the hell out of that game, bro, because all of a sudden they started calling every little foul, and it just got abusive to a point where it took away from the game. I have to tell you, Boston,
Brooklyn, or Heat and Hawks.
No, I'm talking about last night. I'm talking about Brooklyn. I know what you're saying, but last night I thought because they kind of, and the announcers were kind of pointing that out, that you weren't calling that earlier, and now you're calling it, and it just became to a point. It got to a point where it became a little ridiculous.
Yeah, playoff basketball, it's tough to officiate, but yeah, there were some definitely questionable calls last night.
Yeah, it was ugly. All right, they're off tonight, obviously, so they've got an extra night to rest. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about today on the show, and I'll mention it with you, is we have to give the Heat front office and the coaching staff a ton of credit, because not only did they develop Gabe Vincent and Strus and Yurtseven and obviously Caleb too, but those youngins are ready for this moment.
Yeah.
So they scouted the talent, and they scouted also the mental toughness. They looked at these players and they said, okay, they're made for this kind of team. And you never really know how a player is going to perform when it comes to the playoffs. And I think we're kind of taking it for granted almost of how good. I mean, Gabe Vincent, dude, what he's doing in this series, Jesus Christ, dude, his defense, his facilitating has been just, diamond quality, what he's done. But he's doing it at a playoff level. Okay, and that to me is that's the part that I'm really impressed, that these young guys, yeah, sure, they're playing great in the regular season and all of that. And you know what? It'll be interesting to see how they transfer their playoff game to the road also next too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But still, I am so impressed that these young guys have been ready for the moment.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing the regular season experiences pay off too. Just, we talk about the regular season and we make so much out of every game, but really for a team like the Heat that they knew they were going to make the playoffs pretty early on in the regular season, you're kind of trying to tinker with things, experiment with things, get guys these experiences in these moments. So in the playoffs, they're ready for it. And we've seen that with Gabe Vincent, Max Strus. I mean, when the Heat were missing Jimmy and Bam, they didn't miss a beat. I mean, they go to Philly, and Max Strus and Gabe Vincent put up huge performances against a good Philadelphia 76ers team in a hostile environment, and they come away with the win. Those moments stack on top of each other, and these are the results of it. And yes, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work, but them stepping into those roles, I think gave them confidence. I think gave the Heat confidence. I think most importantly gave their teammates confidence that they could do it. Because you're seeing Jimmy, you're seeing Kyle Lowry, you're seeing Bam trust these guys. It's not even a thought of like, oh, should I give this guy the ball? Can we trust him in these moments? They trust them because they've seen them, do it before. So yeah, I mean, we did not know entering the playoffs if they would be able to continue that, but I think we know pretty early on that they're not afraid of the moment. That's for sure.
No, I've been so impressed with that. All right, the other thing, because I'm seeing a little too much overreaction. Are we really worried about Bam and Tyler, bro? They're winning the game. I don't care. They're so deep that not everybody's going to have a good game. That's just the way it is. There's only one stinking basketball. And, Bam also had the foul trouble and all of that. But I'm not worried at all about what's going on because they're so deep. Hell, there are guys on the bench that can help you, and they're not playing. That's how deep this team is. Is there a little too much overreaction about some worried about Tyler or Bam right now?
Yes. I mean, it's 2 games. We've seen Bam and Tyler do this over the entire season where they've played very well. We know what type of players they are.
And in the bubble.
And in the bubble. And look, like you said, this team is deep. And not everyone is going to play well every game. We've seen Jimmy have these games where he scores 8 points on 3 of 10 shooting, and everyone's like, oh, what's going on with Jimmy? He's fine. It's tough. Like, some guys are going to have their nights, some guys sometimes not going to be their nights. Look at Duncan. I know he didn't even get a shot off last game. He played 6 minutes after scoring 27 points and making 8 threes in game 1.
Yeah.
That's the strength of this team. It's going to be a different guy every night. Most nights it's going to be Jimmy and Bam and Kyle, but there's going to be someone else that will step up that we don't expect, every night. First game was Duncan Robinson. Second game, it was Gabe Vincent. And really, Caleb Martin didn't put up big numbers, but he came in and delivered with his defense.
Oh, yeah.
Bam was in foul trouble. He had an important
just 2 or 3 steals, dude.
2 or 3 steals in that big third quarter where it kind of changed the game, and he went in there and they played small.
Yeah.
They have so many different guys they could turn to. So yeah, I'm not worried about Bam and Tyler. They'll be fine. I'm sure they'll probably have one big game here in Atlanta, either game 3 or game 4.
Any rumblings from the Oladipo and Markieff Morris camps?
No, I mean, again, we talked to Markieff a few days ago, and he was he understood. He's like, look, I know that what happened to me and me missing time, it changed my season. He's like, I think I would have been part of the rotation if that didn't happen, but I wasn't there for 3 or 4 months. Other guys stepped in, they were winning. If it's not broke, don't fix it. So
They're playing basketball and you're not. It's
yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? A discussion I had with Omar the other day, because he's defending this whole Kaepernick. Oh, they should give him a job. I go, Omar, Kaepernick doesn't play football. He hasn't played football for 5 years. The rest of these guys, they might be less talented, but they're playing football every day, every week, every year. That's what the NFL sees. You know what I mean? And so what does Poe see? He sees Yurtseven, and he sees Caleb, and he doesn't see Markieff Morris, and he doesn't see Markieff Morris, and he doesn't see him, and he doesn't see him. And then by the time he sees him, it's too late. Everything's working so well. The problem for Oladipo and Markieff was everything worked out. If there were struggles and inconsistencies, the door would have been wide open for them. Yeah. But because you're out of sight, out of mind, you get left behind.
It was just too late. And they tried. I mean, to the Heat's credit, they tried for like 2 weeks, and things didn't, whether it was their fault or not, things did not go well. That was the worst stretch of their season.
Yeah.
So, I commend Spo, because those are tough decisions to make, where you're 2 guys who are proven veterans, and you're going with these, like you said, Max Strus and Gabe Vincent, who haven't proven as much.
But they're playing.
They're playing, and it looks to be the right call.
Right. They're playing, and they're playing well, and they fit well with what's going on. And let's be honest, Markieff is going to have an edge on some of these guys on the defensive side of the court, not the offensive side. Offensively, most of these cats are better skilled than he is, and even more consistent, definitely as shooters. Mm-hmm. So that's where he struggles with that. The Oladipo thing, well, I mean, that is what it is with everybody in front of him at this point, because he's been out of sight, out of mind the entire year. Yeah. So that's a whole different ballgame. It's just rough. All right. Injury wise, nothing to be concerned about, right? Going into tomorrow's game, right? There's nothing at all to be concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the injury report for game 3 yet, but coming out of game 2, it didn't seem like there were any new injuries or anything like that. I know PJ Tucker left to the locker room for a couple minutes in game 2, but he came back and finished the game. I know he's been dealing with the calf strain, so we'll see. I'm sure there'll be
it was just a PP room,
or it could have been that. But I'm sure there'll be a couple questionable guys in the injury report. I mean, there were the first 2 games of the series, but they all played. So don't be alarmed if you see 5 guys who are questionable for game 3.
Well, no, and not only that, I would imagine they're expecting a blitz from the Hawks tomorrow night, because the Hawks have to come out with every desperation move possible, because if they lose that one, series over.
Yeah. So and what we saw Philly and Toronto. I mean, Philly got Toronto's best shot last night, and Philly came out with the win. Now they're up 3-0. Looks like they're on their way to a sweep, if not probably 5 games. Again, like we spoke about a couple of days ago, Big O. The Heat need to finish their business pretty quickly, because you don't want a Philly team that's rested a week and you've been rested 2 or 3 days, and you have to start a second-round series against them. You want to be on an even playing field. So ideally for the Heat, they would finish here by Sunday or latest Tuesday in Game 5.
No doubt. Don't forget, download the Liquor Split app, iOS or Android. Only $2.99 for delivery. Doesn't matter. You need your whiskey, your rum, your wine, your beer. You get it delivered right there to your office, to your home. You got a meeting, you got a party, you got the NBA game, the playoffs, the NHL, whatever's going on you're watching, you can call Liquor Split. $2.99 flat fee. $1 goes to helping homelessness in Miami. What are you working on in the Miami Herald, Anthony, so folks can check you out, my friend?
Yeah, check MiamiHerald.com. I have a few stories up. One on actually Gabe Vincent, and just the impact he's had in this series, and kind of how big of a role he's played. Not, obviously offensively with facilitating, but also defending Trae Young. He's been incredible. I think Trae shooting 1 of 7 against Gabe in the series. And then I also have something on Jimmy's 3-point shooting, which kind of come out of nowhere. All of a sudden he's making threes, and just kind of hard to explain. Eric Spoelstra compared it to like Dwayne Wade almost, where Dwayne wasn't a good three-point shooter, but in big moments in the playoffs, for some reason, he would start hitting them a little more. And then obviously we'll have our usual game coverage from Atlanta. I'll be in Atlanta for games 3 and 4.
Yeah.
So just check out MiamiHero.com. We have you covered.
So are you hitting the strip club for chicken wings?
I might get chicken wings, but probably not there.
Come on, bro. Come on. You're supposed to go get the Lou Williams special while you're in Atlanta. And tweet it out to us, too.
Tweet it out. We'll see. We'll see how much time I have.
You mean the wife won't be a fan of you being at the strip club eating wings? You tell her, honey, I'm here just for lunch.
Probably not.
It?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
All right. That's believable. That's definitely believable.
I've heard they have good wings though. So
yeah, no, I mean,
I understand.
There's a part of me that wants to just go there just for the wings, just to try it out whenever I go to Atlanta. I may do that one day. I'm crazy. See, my wife knows I'm crazy enough that I will do that. So she kind of has to live with it because she's lived with it for 30 years. So it is what it is. Follow him on Twitter at Anthony_Chang. Get his work there at the Miami Herald. And, of course, you can catch him exclusively here twice a week, baby. Breaking it down, talking Heat, talking NBA. Anthony, as always, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you, man. Enjoy the basketball and have a great weekend.
Thanks, Big O. See you next week.
You got it. That is Anthony Chang.
You're now tapped into the latest with the Miami Heat. This has been the Miami Heat Liquor Split Report with insider Anthony Chang. Download the Liquor Split app and enjoy your favorite drinks at wholesale prices. Delivered right to your door in minutes with a flat fee of $2.99. VIP lifestyle without the VIP prices. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
All right. Thank you out there. Miami sports fanatic, I think, wants to make me feel old. He says, I'm now 30 years old, and I remember being 17 and calling Big O show after Dolphins game as Sci-Fi Yeo and Dude was really supportive of my call-ins and would answer every question I had. Much love. Well, thank you. Appreciate you. He's now 30. Where has the time gone, dude? God bless. Where has the time gone?
Time happens to us all, man.
I know, bro. I know.
Father time,
bro. That's what I was Were you thinking that when you were watching Durant last night? Did he look a little old to you? He started like he just started to look a little bit like not the spry guy that I was so used to.
To be honest, in game 1, I started thinking that.
Really? Wow. Yeah. Good for you.
Especially when he just that he's losing a step. Maybe not necessarily thinking that Father Time had caught up to him.
No, not caught up yet, but it's creeping.
With the way the last play worked off, and when you start watching it, like he started becoming that guy that watches the ball now. He used to be able to anticipate and be in the right spots. Now he's getting beat by that.
Yeah.
Maybe it is the Achilles, the Achilles where he can't maneuver the way he used to, but it looks to me like he's definitely starting to lose those steps and maybe those basketball senses.
He looked a little old. Yeah. There's
something missing there. But again, I didn't even realize
now
that
Anthony had a good point that he's been playing 40 minutes.
Yeah, overuse. So he hasn't played. When was the last time he played maybe as many games as he did this season?
I don't know. It's kind of minutes. I wonder how much the minutes are. I'd like to look it up. But maybe it's wear and tear. But he looked a little slow yesterday. I mean, I don't see people stealing the ball from him and blocking and stuff like that. And that's just not normal. This is a guy that plays like a guard. I don't care that he's 6'9", 6'10". He plays like a guard. And wow, it was like it was like disrespectful in a way. They were like, yeah, old man, no. It's like, you know what it reminded me of? Higuain trying to dribble away from younger players, and they're like, hey, old man, let me have that back. Get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? Like, I would see that all the time, and I would get pissed. And I started to see a little Higuain in Durant yesterday. This is the kind of show that you got to follow all sports in order to kind of understand everything sometimes. Because if you're not a soccer fan, then you don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
All right, so this season he did 37.2
Per game?
minutes per game.
Okay.
The
Total?
last time
total,
he's done-
total. After that is how much? Because how many games played and total?
Let's see here.
That's the key. Because he could average.
Well, I was just going off the average because
I know,
but he hasn't averaged over 35
Oh, okay.
since 2013.
Okay, so yeah. That's what I mean. But sometimes you have to look at the total games played.
Yeah.
Because he may have had a high usage in minutes, but only played 45 games.
Well,
Now, that wasn't the case this year. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is you got to look at the total minutes because you got to see how many total
Yeah,
minutes.
he did 55 games and he averaged 37 minutes. The year before he was 35 games, 33 minutes.
And this year, how many games?
55 and
Yeah.
37.2, which is one of his highest. I mean,
so he missed a lot of games.
yeah, he averaged 38 like his first 4 or 5 seasons, 38, 39. But now this season is the first one since 2014. How you doing, man? Since 2014, 37.2.
Right. Yeah, I feel bad for Durant. He now after hearing what Anthony was talking about, the wear and tear, and also dealing with Harden and the craziness of Kyrie not playing at home, and you kind of feel bad for him. But man, he started to look a little old yesterday. He started to go Higuain on me yesterday. That's all I can say. Now I will say that, and I lost my liquor split matchup of the night. I had it. I had the Nets plus 3.5, and then they just choked it away. That sucked. That part actually really sucked. Let's see. Carlos says, I have so much respect for anyone that they're 35 who's a Dolphins fan. That is so true, Carlos. This franchise has given you no reason to support them, and you still do. You are the true fans, man. That is 1,000% right. Those are probably some of our strongest Dolphin fans, our young Dolphin fans, because they have zero to root for. Hell, I got to see the 70 teams, and I got to see the Killer Bees, and I got to see Woodstock, and I got to see Marino. So I got a lot of the great Dolphin times. You know what I mean? So I'm spoiled. And for me, there's a standard that was set, and that's why I'm trying to see when are they going to meet that standard again. You know what I mean? And they never have. They never even come close. So yeah, but Carlos is 1,000% right. Our young fans are the greatest fans of the Miami Dolphin fan base because they started rooting for a mediocre team, and they still root for a mediocre team. I started rooting for a champion. First few years of my life when I can actually understand what the hell football is, we're in the Super Bowl, winning. So I'm spoiled. I grew up in the perfect era for Dolphin football. Yeah, that's a great point, Carlos. Absolutely fantastic point. John C., thank you for the love on the super chat. Very nice of you, sir. Richard says, morning, Big O. Reason says Debo will be a Dolphin either this year or next. I think they can do it this year and next year and get rid of B. Jones and Gesicki and pay Debo. What do you think? I think you've got to, put down the joint at this time in the morning. That's what I think.
Can I ask you something, Mo, on this whole Debo thing?
Yes.
Ian Rappaport yesterday reported that one of the reasons why he wants to leave San Francisco is because of the way he's used.
Well, I mean, yeah. Yes.
Who used him that way?
Mike McDaniel.
I don't. I mean, again, maybe it's a lot of fodder or whatever. He's just trying to get out of there and all this stuff. But
you have to be willing to. You can't play him any other way.
Well, I'm not saying that, but it just doesn't make sense to me that he's going to be like, okay, I want to leave that team because of the way they used me, but I'm going to go to this guy,
right?
Who's going to use me in that same role.
Yeah. I guess Richard hasn't heard the segment where I explained that we already have Debo Samuel, but
that's the other.
Yeah, but I'm not going to repeat it. We're not lazy like lazy radio that all they do is repeat segments and interviews and all that. It's there, man. It's explained
And you went to a little
thoroughly.
bit.
We already have Debo Samuel. We don't need him.
Are you paying $130 million for a guy like what you talked about yesterday?
Yeah, no, it's just going to run into walls, and oh my god, it's just it's a really hard contract to. It's a gamble. Daniel Ryan says, in my early 30s and I live in Virginia, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to anyone else why I'm a diehard Fins fan. Well, Daniel, all I can tell you is you're an ass-kicking Dolphins fan. That's what you are, dude. You're awesome. All of you youngins that follow the Dolphins are great fans because you've had nothing to root for. Anybody under 35 rooting for the Dolphins, you're the greatest fan on Mother Earth. They give you nothing to root for, and yet you root for them every year. It's awesome. I had Bob Greasy, dude. I had Woodstock. I had Marino. So I lived through the good times. So at least I have those memories. For you young people, you're amazing. You're absolutely amazing. You started rooting for a crappy team, and they've been crappy your entire existence. You know what I'm saying? I hope things are going to turn around now. I think they will, but man, yeah, that's a great point by Carlos today.
Pennington would be the pinnacle for those fans, right?
Yeah, Ricky, Pennington. Yeah, watching Ricky,
Ricky,
1800.
yeah.
You won 10 games that year,
true,
I think,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you
were they playoffs though? Did they go to playoffs?
I think they went to the playoffs. I think they did go to the playoffs because those were kind of the decent years.
Yeah,
man.
no. I mean, yeah. They
Believe it or
were.
not, the Wanstead years are the decent years. Oh, God. That's like saying for Lions fans, Wayne Fonts are the good years. Scott Mitchell throwing it to, Perriman, Herman Moore, and Johnny Mitchell. How about that, bitch? Yeah. And Barry Sanders, of course. So yeah, those were the days. Those were the days. Yeah, that's kind of the Wanstead for us, Wayne Fonts for them. It's kind of painful, dude. Painful. Michael Austin says, Big O, I've been a Dolphin fan for 30 plus years. Terry Kirby and I went to the same high school. Look at that. Do you think with the looming lawsuit from Flores that we should consider trading into this year's draft with the potential of losing picks in next year's draft if Ross is found culpable? Well, if he's found guilty, no, you don't do that. And I don't think they'll take picks away from him. I think they'll take the team away from him. They will not penalize the team. How do you like them apples? So that's how he'll get penalized. Why hurt the team when it's not the team, it's the owner. So the owner will lose the team, and that's how he'll be penalized, not picks. Okay? Because you're really, you can't, if you get rid of the owner, then you got rid of the problem. And then that's the ultimate fine. The guy doesn't own the team anymore. So you move on. So I don't believe, John C., picks will be a part of any kind of penalty for the Miami Dolphins. Okay. Let's see, what else do we have here? My first experience with the Dolphins was them blowing a big lead against the Saints in 2009. Oh, yeah, I remember that. That was the same year, 2009, they lost in the last minute to the Saints and the Colts, and both teams ended up in the Super Bowl, and the Colts won, right? Or something like that? Or the Saints won or something. Right?
The master of this knowledge. I'm not sure 100%, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, 2009. Go look at 2009 season, which obviously is 10. I think that's the year. Look at that game, and I want to say Drew Brees beat us in the last minute, and so did Peyton Manning, beat us in the last minute of the game, and one of them ended up in the Super Bowl and won it. And I think it might have been the Colts. It might have been, that's when they played the Bears and Sexy Rex Grossman.
2010 would have been the game.
Yeah.
Drew Brees.
Oh, okay. So that was the Drew Brees halftime Sean Payton onside kick
against the Colts.
Yep. Okay, there you go. Okay. So yeah, and if you look at the schedule there, you'll see we played both and we lost to both. And they were tight games. We had the lead in both of those games. Yeah, I remember. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I did. I remembered it. Did I remember it? Oh, okay. Anyway, so 55. I still have some kind of memory, a little bit. I remember some things. Lost to the Giants on Monday night was horrific. Yes. Yeah, the Saints game is why they run 10 seconds off the clock if a touchdown is called and reversed so the clock doesn't stop. There you go. Been a fan since Woodstock, and this by far is one of the best teams on paper I can remember. Oh, line just needs to do their job. Amen. If they do their job and you can run the ball, oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. We're going to be fine. Let me is it top of the hour? We're getting to the top of the hour now. And I'm going to get into some of what Tua talked about yesterday cuz okay, all right. Okay. Okay. All right. So we'll get into it at the top of the hour because Tua talked about some things that one of them is being misinterpreted by some, obviously, maybe not all. I want to get into that. I want to get into a message that he also sent, I thought, yesterday. I also want to talk about the guy we saw at the podium, and also a prediction, right? So there was a bunch of things there in that. It's not like he's going to give you a whole bunch, but there was a little meat left on the bone. So there's some stuff we can chew on there and say, okay, there's a couple of topics there. Yes, sir.
Week 2, they lost to the Colts 27-23.
Right.
And week 7, they lost to the Saints 46-34.
Yep. Right at the end. Right at the end, dude. Lost at the end of those games. Sucks. What are you going to do? I wanted to get rid of Parker for a couple of years, but this year would have been perfect for him with Waddle and Hill. Actually, it's not, Vernon. He doesn't fit what they do. And they can do a lot of the things that they're going to do with Gesicki for Parker. So, no, they don't run that kind of an offense anymore. They're not doing that kind of stuff. They need guys that are fast, shifty, can find holes in the defense, and then can make plays after they catch the ball. Devontae Parker is not that guy. He doesn't pull away from people. He doesn't juke people. He's a guy that you throw while covered because he'll go up in the air or he's a big body. But he's not going to get a bunch of yak for you. He doesn't fit what they do. You have to understand that. And that's why Devontae Parker is no longer here. He probably would have stayed here under Flores maybe, but under this coach, he has no use for a player like that. His skill set slows down the offense. This is going to be more of a fast break type of offense, more than a slow plodding, let's try to move the chains offense and possession and all that. No, this is a offense that's looking to make big plays based on speed, based on mismatches, based on play call, which will set up, a lot of those things. So yes, the problem is that it's just you're looking at it the wrong way. Parker's not a guy that fits what they do. That's why he's not here anymore. Okay, and it was time already. He's had more than enough time here overall. What else do we have? Big O, do you keep your concert tickets? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes. I can't say I've kept them all over the years, but I do keep them. And I want to say, let's see. I want to say I may have some pretty cool pictures for you of some concert tickets. Let me see, because I usually, when I post stuff, and you go from phone to phone, all the damn pictures transfer. So I may have them somewhere down here, somewhere in my phone. If I can find them, here's what we'll do. We're at the top of the hour. Give me a couple minutes here. Let me lubricate a little bit here, get a little honey and lime, and I'll look through my phone and see if I do find some. I posted some old concert tickets from the 80s. Okay, not just new ones, old ones, classic ones of concerts that I've been to. If I find those pictures, I will show them to you on the other side. But I got a lot of Tua talk coming up. That is hour number 2 next. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, we're back. We're back. There we go. I did find some. I found a couple of concert shirts that I took pictures of in my phone, and I did find some tickets that I can actually share with you. Okay. Let me see how I do this. I gotta send it to Sean. That's why. So he's got to be able to pull it up here. All right. So, anyways, pull up that one of the shirts I pulled up there, Sean, so we can show folks. You got it there? You got it there, baby? Okay. So, well, we're going to show you. I don't know which one he's going to pull up first, but we'll show you now a concert from a concert shirt I have. I'm trying to get the tickets. I don't know why I had it set. Damn it. I found the damn tickets for you guys. And now I've got to re-find them. Oh, here we go. Wow, I got lucky. Okay. Oh, but damn it. All right, now I got to go back. Oh, you got it there? All right, good stuff. All right. So anyway, there you go. I'm trying to. I sent you a concert ticket there from Monsters of Rock, but it's just like, damn, this doesn't let me add more. See, that is a Rock Super Bowl shirt from 1982. Foreigner was the headliner. Ozzy Osbourne was supposed to be the co-headliner in that one. They ended up putting Foreigner, Pat Travers, and Bryan Adams in there to replace. Is what they ended up doing, which is kind of funny. That you got the back of the shirt there also that I posted there. But there you go. We'll get some of the. What's it called? I'll post some of the concert tickets. What'd you do? Post that? Oh, they ended up dying 2 days before. So Ozzy did not perform, obviously, and then they ended up replacing it with UFO, Pat Travers, and Bryan Adams. You know what I mean? So it's good stuff there. Anyway, all right. I wanted to get into a little bit. What's it called? A minute. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm multitasking. All right. I wanted to get into a little bit of the Tua stuff because he talked a little bit yesterday, and I thought people got a little bit, and I get it. Look, there's a lot of folks out there that don't believe in the kid. Okay, so you don't believe in the kid, so any opportunity you can to try to take a jab or state a fact that you disbelieve him for one reason or another, that he can get it done or one reason or another. And he was talking about pressure yesterday, and they were asking him if he senses any more pressure. And his quote was one that I think was kind of misunderstood. And you know why it was misunderstood? Because a lot of people have never been in his position. I've never been in his position. Most of you have never been in his position. And most of us have never been this kind of athlete, right? When you're an athlete that you're playing at the highest level, when you're an athlete that you've played in college at the highest level and you've won a national title, you have a confidence that you and I don't share playing football. You might do it in your world of architecture. You might do it as a dealer here in a blackjack table. You might do it as a producer. You know what I mean? We might have confidence in the things that we do, right? And the rest of us, we kind of paint them into a picture, and we think that they're sitting there biting their nails and worried about this. And so when he's asked about the pressure, he says, let me read it. He goes, I think pressure is going to be there every time. I don't feel more pressure that we've acquired all of these guys. It's more of an opportunity that I get and we all get as a team to show what we can do this year. The part that people don't understand sometime about athletes and being around these kind of people for 32 years like I have, they're wired differently than most of us because they have the confidence in their ability. And while you look at it as, well, they signed Tyreek Hill and they brought in Connor and Armstead and this and that. Oh, he's got pressure to perform. Tua looks at it like, this is awesome for me. Now I get to perform. That's what, there's more pressure on him when he has to line up behind a line that can't block, behind a running game that can't run, behind receivers that can't stay healthy, behind a quarterback's coach that doesn't know how to coach a quarterback, behind an offensive line coach that doesn't know how to coach an offensive line, behind an offensive coordinator that doesn't know how to call a damn game because you got 3 idiots arguing about what call to send it to. You understand? That's pressure. Pressure is getting your ribs cracked, and then you got to get back in there to try to play the damn game. That's pressure. But if an athlete is given what he needs or she needs in order to succeed, they don't feel pressure as much. They feel excitement because now they feel they can go out and perform the way they're supposed to perform. Okay? JD Martinez, a boxer who's right here in front of me. If he doesn't train the right way, he's going to have pressure when he steps into the ring. He's going to go, oh, shit, I didn't put in the hours I'm supposed to. And then you're in that third round, and you're going, you know what? I didn't dedicate myself. That's when pressure. But if JD Martinez goes into that fight at tip-top shape, and he takes on that, he wants to eat him alive like he's a pit bull. He has very little pressure because that's how athletes think. If they have what they need, they feel they can go to the plate and hit a home run and hit 300. If they have what they need, they'll be an all-pro quarterback. If they have what they need, they'll be a world champion in boxing. That's how athletes are wired. That's how Tua is wired. So while some of you out there are thinking, oh my God, the pressure of Tyreek Hill, no, he's going, hell yeah, I got Tyreek Hill. Now I'm going to burn the secondary. Oh, hell yeah, now I'm going to succeed because I got Mike McDaniel that knows how to coach a running game and knows how to coach up an offense. What you guys look at as pressure, athletes look at it as enticing. It's the goal they want to achieve. It's something that they want to attack more than ever. And to play off of that now, did you watch Tua on the podium yesterday? So, what did you see the same dude at the end of the year that you saw yesterday?
No, it looks like he has new life.
Exactly. And that's because there's less pressure now. He walks in the building and he has a coach that believes in him, a quarterback's coach that knows how to coach quarterbacks. He sees that they added offensive linemen to block. He sees they added weapons. So he walks in and he has the support he needs. That takes away the pressure from the athlete. The pressure is on Durant when Harden, lazy ass, doesn't want to play. When Kyrie Irving doesn't want to get the vaccine so he doesn't play at home. That's pressure for Kevin Durant. Because now he has to carry more of the burden of the team. Burden is pressure. But if you take the burden away from an athlete, it allows the athlete to do what they do. And that's when they don't have to think about any of the bullshit. It's all out the window. They get to focus on what they're doing. That's kind of the idea. So for those of you that sit there and you're wondering about Tua and he's talking about it and you're wondering about pressure, this guy is as happy as it can be right now because he has actually a coach that's coaching for him, that is looking out for him, and then he's also set up the offense to look out for him. He's taken away the pressure. He says, athlete, go ahead, perform, do your thing. It's nothing new to these guys. Whether they step on the ice, they step on the ring, they step in the octagon, they step on the court, they've done it 100 times, 1,000 times. So it's not like it's something new to them. He's going to play football next year, but he's going to play football with a line that can block. He's going to play football with a running game that can actually get it done. That alleviates that pressure. So it's actually the reverse of what a lot of people are thinking about when you see Tua. All right, give me 60 seconds right here on the program, and we will continue right here on the Big O Radio Show live from HialeahParkCasino.com.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmith in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions, from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Rock and roll, yes, sir. Thank you for hanging in there with us. As always, here at Hialeah Park. Remember, we told you in 2 weeks, on May 7th, we're going to have another Gran Noche de Boxeo Cubano 2, which will be, of course, part 2 of this as we continue to bring boxing, great boxing. We had a great night a couple months ago. It was really fun, and I know it's going to be another great night. JD Martinez, boxer that's going to be on the card, is kind enough to join us now on the program. And JD, who are you going to be fighting?
I think his name is Gustavo. He's an Argentinian
Okay.
guy.
Okay.
They're bringing him from Argentina. You know, they come to fight.
Yeah.
So I know he's 25. He's 5'11", and he's an Orthodox. That's all I know about him.
Okay. So he might switch up on you late like Rocky, so you got to watch out.
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
We're prepared for anything he comes with.
I got you. That's what I like to hear. So you heard my conversation about pressure, because people are talking, Tua had his press conference yesterday, and because they hired Tyreek Hill. You follow football?
I do. Tyreek.
Okay.
Is he with the Dolphins already?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you're following it that much then. Well, Tyreek Hill signed with the Dolphins, or traded to the Dolphins from Kansas City. So they added a bunch of people, and then they asked him, how much more pressure do you feel? And covering athletes, to me, I think athletes look forward to stuff like this when things are right. Pressure is when there's garbage around them. You know what I mean? I was just talking about Durant, that Harden got lazy, didn't want to play. So Durant has to carry the load for the Nets, right?
Right.
And then Kyrie doesn't get vaccinated, so he can't play at home games. So again, he has to carry the load at home, and now he's been playing 40 plus minutes in every game. And yesterday he looked kind of worn out.
Right.
That's pressure, dude, because everything around you is not supportive. So now you've got to carry more.
Right.
And that's the way I look at it for all athletes. If they give you the training, and if you train the right way, you're going to walk into that ring like a freaking pit bull, dude.
100%. You can tell that the pressure's getting to Kyrie, the way he's flicking off the crowd and stuff. He's just a little overwhelmed with that. So, not to mention the other day what he scored 37 points. So Steve Nash don't care what he does. So
Yeah.
but pressure's big. I wish I had a teammate in the ring,
Right.
but I don't. So it's just me and him. And as long as I did everything correctly in the training camp, and I stayed focused, and I stayed home, and I ate at home, and I did strength and conditioning and everything correctly, then I'm not gonna feel pressure in the locker room. I'm gonna actually be excited to get in that ring, and just let the hard work, all the hard work I did in camp, just show in my performance.
And let's hope so. That's what we see on May 7th here at Hialeah Park. And by the way, we are going to be giving away some tickets, so get ready, as you will have your chance to win it. And come on out here on Saturday, May 7th, and enjoy one hell of a boxing match. We're going to have the weigh-ins on the 6th on Friday. We'll be broadcasting live from Champions during the weigh-ins, like we did a couple of months ago. For the event. So we're looking forward to that. Just out of curiosity, when you're in the heat of the battle and you come back to your corner and your guy's talking to you, your trainer's talking to you and giving you the tips and telling you what he sees and all of that, how do you compartmentalize everything at that moment? Shut everybody out, shut your I don't think it's hate, but it's your whatever it is, that zest you have for your opponent on the other side, but you have to kind of like listen to him. Right? How difficult is that? Is it difficult? Walk us through that, because we see it all the time on television, and we see the trainers screaming and telling the fighter this, that, whatever, and the fighters there, and you always wonder, is the fighter thinking about something that happened in that round? Or is he also balancing what the trainer's saying? Is he also trying to also think about something else he wants to, combat his opponent with? All of those things. Walk us through when the bell rings and you got to go back to that corner, and there's the adjustment moment in that time.
I think it also depends which bell. First, second, third, fourth.
It's a good point.
10th round. But basically you're zoned in, you're focused on your breathing in the corner. You're trying to get the most air you can. You are listening to what the coach says, but also you're taking into factor what happened the round before.
Right.
And what you want to do in the next round. So I like to look at my opponent, see how he's breathing across the ring as well. But everything's in there. It's like it's like a mix of everything. You listen to what coach says. He kind of like it's called pretty much like selective hearing.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. Okay.
So if he says something that you want to hear, you're gonna hear it. But if he says something that you don't care to hear, you're not gonna hear it. and
I was always wondering that, because human nature says you might tune out at one point or another because you're thinking of something else that's going on. You're not thinking, hey, did I leave the oven on? Hey, did I leave the door unlocked? You're not thinking that. You're thinking about something that's going on in the damn fight.
Yeah. If I catch the guy with a good shot and the bell rings and I'm in the corner, I'm waiting for it to ring again so I can go and finish the job. But it's just you're pretty much zoned out, and you got selective hearing is what I go through.
So what's the best thing your teammate does for you in the ring, which is your trainer. What's the best thing that the trainer does for you throughout an entire fight?
You know, I like when he's calm. If he's not freaking out, I'm not freaking out. So, um, it depends on my performance as well. So, I do hear what my brother, my dad say as well in the corner. I do hear them a lot, and I've been through trials and tribulations in that ring, and I've been on big stages. I've been on main events at the Hard Rock, and I've been in a backyard. So um, as long as I'm prepared correctly, it doesn't matter what he says. I know what I got to do in there.
Right. Boxer JD Martinez joining us, and you can see him May 7th and many other terrific young boxers here. We're going to have a great card at Hialeah Park. We'll be giving away tickets. Just so when you got your dad and your brother, so how much more personal do they get with their criticism and their critique at times, since they are family?
My dad basically, he was ranked number 6 in the world. My uncle's a Hall of Famer here in Florida, Fernando. But they're calm, they're warriors at heart. So he tells me what I need, key things like, jab or go right. Depends if my opponent's southpaw.
Because they've been there. That's why. Right. Yeah.
So I hear that a lot. I hear, the key things like jab or go right, go left. It also depends if he's southpaw or orthodox. And I listen to that. I also listen to what my trainer's telling me as well.
Okay.
So go to the body, or depends what round it is, But as long as I get my breather and I'm fine, and it's all about getting that big gasp of air in those 60 seconds that get your heart rate back to slow it down a little bit. Then we did the job correctly in the corner.
So that's what you do in the corner. You have to try to breathe as much as possible. Is it quick breaths or is it deep breaths? How do you do?
Deep breaths. Yeah.
Okay, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. Just stay calm and take the deep breaths, and you're back to normal the next round. So
okay,
yeah.
All right. So
that's
good for all of us, actually. At times
course.
when you get I guess winded or whatever. That's good. That's good advice.
As long as the conditioning was there during camp, then you get those deep breaths in and you're ready for another round.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I like that. All right, for JD, for people that are going to come out here May 7th to see you, and maybe they haven't seen you fight, describe yourself as a boxer.
I would say I'm a boxer puncher. I don't like getting hit, hence my my ring name is Pretty Boy.
Yeah.
I've never been cut, and I've never had a black eye in the ring. Thank God for that. I have good defense, but I'm coming to finish him this fight. I've been on a 5 KO streak, and I feel like I'm getting into my prime, and I feel it. I feel it in sparring. I feel it in the ring.
You feel the confidence.
Yeah, I'm not looking for this fight to go to the cards. I'm looking to finish him and give my fans and friends and family something worth watching. So,
well, we're looking forward to it on May 7th, my brother. We will be there. Appreciate you taking some time. Maybe we'll catch up on Friday during the weigh-in.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate the opportunity to be on the Big O Show, and thank you for your time.
You got it. Thank you, JD. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll talk a little football with Alan Poupar from Sports Illustrated. He joins us next.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
We are back. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And we thank JD Martinez for joining us here on the program. It's because I moved the chair and then the damn thing gets under the chair. JD looks like a dude that is ready for 2 weeks from now. He looks like he is focused, man. Let's see what else. As someone that's been watching Tua since his freshman year at Bama, I know what it looks like when Tua has a legit run game and weapons at receiver. All gotta say, get your popcorn ready. I'm with you, baby. I'm with you. I am with you. No doubt about it. Good job, Greg Simmons. Irving says, Big O always bringing the fire and truth as the official spokesman and ambassador of the Tua crew, baby. That's right. Check your MFing pulse and LFG. Oh, dude, that was good. All right, and JD was good. It was a very good interview. I like JD. Likeable dude. Let's see. You have to learn to pace yourself. Pressure. You're just like everybody else. Pressure. That's right. You gotta give them to your boy Big O. I don't know what that means, but I guess so. Whatever that is. All right. By the way, did you? Okay. I will show you. I don't know if you can pull up one of the. Oh, we're waiting for Poop Art. Can you pull up that Monsters of Rock concert ticket? Yeah. No, I sent it to you. Yeah, I sent it to you on your. Well, it might be on Twitter too. Yeah, I think it might be on Twitter. Yeah. Oh, there he is. There he is, the Poop Art man. He is ready to go. He's ready. He is locked and loaded. He is on. And let's do this. And we'll do the ticket stuff after. Let's get to Alan Poop Art. Let's talk a little Miami Dolphins with Alan Poop Art next.
Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupard. With locations throughout South Florida, Sports Grill is the home of the special grilled wings. Check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poupard.
This is Alan Poupard. How are you doing, my man? You feeling good?
I'm doing great. How are you, bud?
Very good. Very good.
Good to hear.
So, your thoughts. Yesterday, Tua was able to address the meteors. First of all, one of the things that stood out to me was the dude was like completely different than the guy you guys got at the end of the year that was all beaten down, worn out, and just like serious. It looked like what could we call it? An enlightened young man?
A man let out of prison, maybe. I don't know. No, it's not. The best quote, which said it all. When he was asked about Brian Flores and his relationship with him, wow. Thankful he drafted me to allow me to play for the Dolphins. That's right. That's it. If that's not saying 1,000 words, while saying nothing. And then somebody criticized him on like on Twitter for complaining about. He didn't complain. He was answering a question and he answered it fabulously. I mean, he didn't rag on the guy.
What did he complain about?
About like airing out his frustration with Flores, and I was like, dude, seriously. First of all, he didn't complain about it. He didn't mention Flores. He was asked a direct question about his relationship with Flores, and he answered it fabulously. I mean, obviously, if we were to give him truth serum, the answer would probably be a lot longer and it would be a lot more aggressive. Yeah. But in this setting, I mean, he said he delivered the message while doing it in a classy, polite way.
Like he always is. A lot of changes and a lot of good changes is what he said, which is. That's the message you need right there. That's the only one you need right there from him. That's the most controversial you're going to get from him.
No, and as I wrote, if you read between the lines, he said a whole lot without saying a whole lot.
Yeah.
Catch the drift.
Yeah.
When he was talking about leadership, like basically saying it's nice to have a head coach who's not going to make you go scream at your wide receivers if they're not running a run route. Now, some people would say that's actually not a bad trait to have if you're a quarterback and want to kick some ass in the huddle or get your guys to do it the right way. But he said that's not his personality, and he kind of likes not having to do it that way.
There's no right way to do it. There's no right way, because we've watched Tom Flores and Tony Dungy, who are cigar store mannequins. And they're excellent coaches, you know what I mean? And then we watch John Madden, who's an excellent coach, and Jimmy Johnson, and they're maniacs on the sidelines. I don't think there's a right way or a wrong way. I mean, Dick Vermeil was crying in every other game. You know what I mean? I've seen all kinds of all kinds of emotions. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's a right way. You know what I'm saying?
No, and like I was saying, Shula was a complete hard ass too. No, he was talking about in the leadership as far as the quarterback is concerned. But as far as the head coaching styles, no, you're absolutely right. You got to know what you're doing. You have to have the respect of your players, however it is that you get it.
That's it. However you do it, bro, because I used to be that guy 20 years ago, maybe 20, 25 easily, that you always wanted that hard-ass coach. But I learned over the years that I'm watching, it's like there's all kinds of coaches, bro. All kinds of ways of doing it, bro. It's just there is no right way to do it. The wrong way is the guy that lies to people, the guy that isn't consistent.
Correct.
You know, those are the guys. I just had a boxer on with us here, JD Martinez, and he was just talking about like the one thing he doesn't like in the corner is that he doesn't want his trainer losing his crap, and kind of whacked out in the corner and losing it. He'd rather have his trainer be calm, cool, and collective there in the corner. And I think most players actually would like that too. You know what I mean? In a perfect world.
Yeah, and I think above and beyond anything else, I think what they want is respect, and I think they also want consistency is huge. I mean,
Yes, huge. Yes, and don't lie. Actually.
Correct.
Even if you have to tell them, dude, you're playing terrible right now, but you have to tell them.
Correct.
You just can't BS them, and that's the other thing that I've learned with athletes over the years. Even if it's the truth and it hurts, but they'll appreciate the freaking truth. But if you're lying to them, that's when you lose them completely too. So yeah, it'll be interesting. The other thing that I thought, and I talked about this before you came on. And the pressure part that people ask, is there more pressure? And I looked at it like, I don't think Tua feels more pressure. I think Tua feels less pressure now. And pressure is Durant, that James Harden is uninterested in playing, and that Kyrie doesn't play on home games. So now I've got to carry the load. Pressure is playing behind an offensive line that can't block, or a running game that can't run, or that you can't get along with your coach, or your offensive coaches aren't very good. That's pressure. Pressure is playing with fractured ribs. But if you give me a line that can block and you can actually run the ball, and if you can call plays and I'm healthy and you're giving me Tyreek Hill, why should I feel pressure? I feel great. I feel confident now. I feel better now because now I feel like I can do my job. I think it's the reverse. What the hell is that?
That was Samba Pati, my ringtone.
Oh, well, that's a great song.
It
That's
is a great song.
I did not pick up Santana on that. Holy shit. Damn. All right, go ahead. But I think it's the other way around for athletes. We look at it one way. They look at it as like, no, dude, now pressure was last year. This is not pressure. Your thoughts?
And this whole concept of pressure, there are certain buzzwords that are used a lot in sports media that are like pressure, outside distractions. I mean, these guys are pros. That's what they do. And I wrote a while back, to me, the situation with Tua has not changed. I mean, this is his third year as a quarterback. This is a year where the Dolphins, at the end of which, have to make a call. Are we moving forward with this as our future quarterback? We're moving on. That wasn't going to change regardless of what's around them. And now, guess what? He's got a lot better supporting cast, which will make it easier for him to perform and to show the Dolphins, yes, he's the guy moving forward. So from that standpoint, yes, there should be less pressure because
he looks at it. No, that what the way I want to phrase it is, the athlete does not look at it as more pressure. The athlete looks at it like, okay, now I can do my thing. Actually, they go into it with more confidence. And that's where I think, and it's so true what you just said, the buzzword, the click word, the media members and fans love to use. And it's so cliche-ish. But this is the mother effer that came off the bench and saved Alabama's ass in a national championship game. This guy is not a pressure guy. This guy loves these kind of moments. Marino loves those kind of moments. Montana loves those kind of moments. Brady loves those kind of. If you're that guy, and if you think you're that guy, and Tua obviously thinks he's that guy, you look forward to these kind of things. You're not afraid of it. And that's the part I think people don't understand.
And if you get to a point where you're thinking too much about, I have to do this, or this is going to happen, then guess what? You're not going to be kept around anyway. So
right. Yeah, exactly. I just thought of it. It's just a lot of things that they're looking at it in a different way. Now, he did do something yesterday that was kind of out of character, and I loved it, by the way. I'm good with it. And we kind of expected it because that's kind of what we see in the offense. But the fact that he came out and goes, we want to yak the hell out of teams, I did not expect him to say that. And we kind of know that's what it's all about because you can see the skill set and everything that they're doing. But it was that was fun to hear. I did like that.
Yeah, but I mean, what was the plan last year when they drafted Jalen Waddle? It was to yak, and even.
But you only had one yacker. Now you've got several yackers. So I think that's what they're looking at now. It's kind of like, okay, we'll give it to Chase in the flats, boom, yak. We'll give it to Mostert, yak. We'll give it to Cedric, yak. Waddle, yak. Tyreek, yak. I think it's a little different this year because you've got multiple options now to try to do that.
Correct, but I'll have to check. I haven't run down the numbers on the running backs, but I checked Waddle and Hill's yak numbers, averages last year were not good. I mean, I know it's easy to look at them and go, wow, I mean, major yak potential, but they were both like in the 90s or the 80s among NFL players in terms of yak average. So that's going to have to improve. But no, the potential is there. And Jalen Waddle said the same thing too on when he was on the I Am Athlete podcast about what he wanted to improve for himself in his second year was
yards per catch. I saw that. Yes.
Yeah. So yak attack, the Dolphins yak attack.
But what I would counter is, did you go back to San Francisco and look at their players and where they ranked in yak?
I didn't. I believe Debo was very high, but I don't know the rest of them.
Look at obviously we figured Debo, but look at all the other ones and see where they were because both these guys are going to be in his system now. So might be a little different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I didn't really like zone in on it, but I don't. And I looked at the leaders. I don't recall seeing anybody else from Frisco other than Debo, who I think my first or third or something. He was way up there.
Wow, really? Well, you know what? Now that I think about it,
yeah,
it makes sense because he comes out of the backfield so much.
Correct.
So hell yeah, dude. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense that he would be like top 3. Overall. All right. What else? Anything else stood out to you from the? Chris Greer didn't really say too much. That was earth shattering.
Nor would we expect him to.
Nothing else?
Not a whole lot. No, he didn't. I asked him about the Parker trade and the hesitation about trading him to New England, and because I mean, again, it's not something he's going to say. It's because it was the best offer he got. I asked him if
I was joking around yesterday that he could have, messed around with you guys and say, it's no problem. We bamboozled them with Isaiah Ford. We'll do it again with Parker. But, whatever.
Yeah. No, I also asked him whether there was any hesitation in having to wait a year for that third-round pick they got, and he said it made no difference to us.
Yeah, I know. No, they love that draft next year, man. All these people are like bragging about that draft next year, man. Not just the Dolphins. It's people all around the league. That's why all these teams at the top, they can't trade down, dude. It's like near impossible for them to trade down because nobody wants the players at the top. They're like, well, the guy I get at 18 is not that far off from what you're getting at 5. Why the hell why am I gonna trade up? You know what I mean? It's like it's one of those drafts that you kind of regret having a top 5 pick. Kind of.
You always regret having a top 5 pick unless it's one that you got in a trade.
No, but I mean, at least if it's a top 5 and that our franchise players there, at least okay, we sucked. We ended up in the top 5, but man, we're going to get it's like, God, I hate to say this, but you end up with the top pick and you go with Ronnie Brown. And it's like you really needed more than Ronnie Brown when you were at that point. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Maybe Aaron Rodgers, maybe you could have had that year.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's like, and Ronnie was a terrific player. Don't get me wrong, but
it wasn't a number 2 overall pick though.
Right. It's the number 2 overall pick, bro. It's, yeah, it's kind of tough. All right. What are you working on Sports Illustrated so folks can check you out, my friend?
I'm about to publish something very
risque.
Not risque. I think actually very interesting. It deals with the Dolphins, quote unquote, Bills problem. That's going to be up. Kyle Brandt from Good Morning Football went nuts on it this morning. It's a great clip, and I kind of like attack it from all angles. Update. I wrote about Deebo Samuel and the ramifications for the Dolphins, who, by the way, will not trade for him. But they could be impacted by
waste of time. Waste of time. They have no shot at getting him. They're not going to get him.
But he doesn't want to do his same role anymore, supposedly. So what's the point? I mean, is he that great of a pure wide receiver? I mean,
nobody knows that. He's a running back.
Correct.
So he is a more successful Devery Henderson.
Oh, my Lord. Man. I remember when he played at LSU, played for the Saints.
But you got to admit I'm good that I brought out a former running back that went to wide receiver. You got to admit I'm good. I brought out a guy that's kind of, his liking. But he, Devery was a poor man's Deebo, and he just could never make the transition to be the receiver that they needed him to be. And that's the unknown right now with Deebo Samuel. We don't know if he can be a wide receiver. This is why I've said, Alan, for the last 2 weeks now, when this silly-ass Deebo Samuel talk comes, the part that people never take into account is that's an incredibly dangerous contract. So, wait a minute. So, we don't want to pay bell cow running backs, but now we want to put a receiver in a bell cow position to go running into linebackers and all kinds of stuff, and we think he's going to have a long-term career, and you're going to give him all kinds of guaranteed money? That's the part I don't think people take into account. If you have to play Deebo Samuel the way Deebo Samuel plays, I don't want any part of that long-term contract, dude. That's an injury waiting to happen.
I know, and that's why, again, that's why he supposedly doesn't want to do that anymore. But then you're trading for Deebo Samuel, who doesn't want to be Deebo Samuel anymore. So it makes zero sense.
And you're trading for the unknown.
Correct.
You don't know if he ends up like Devery Henderson and never becomes a good wide receiver.
And you're going to have to give up draft capital, and you're going to have to pay him. So it makes no sense. But it wouldn't surprise me in the least if he wound up in the division, though. So then they'll have to face him a couple of times a year.
Yeah, maybe New England. I guess they can.
Jets.
Wow, boy, pobrecito.
Robert Saleh, Mike LaFleur have the 49ers connection. They were all in on Tyreek Hill. They have draft capital. They have cap space. Maybe they grease him enough to convince him to do the Deebo role again for at least a year. So it's if you connect the dots, the Jets make a lot of sense there.
Yeah, but I give him credit. At least he's smart that he figured out that him and his agent figured out, hey, that was great, but Debo, you may not want to do this long term. There's
Yep.
stuff doesn't bode well for you. All right, follow him on Twitter at Poopart NFL, and you must bookmark his Sports Illustrated page. Every Dolph fan on the planet's got to do that. Poopart, as always, thank you, my brother. We'll catch up next week, my friend. Have a great weekend.
You do likewise.
You got it. There we go, Alan Poupart.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupart, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill in our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza.
Don't pay attention to what the host says, department. Perfect Q says, I hope the 49ers keep Debo until next year when the Dolphins have a better chance of acquiring him. The fact that he doesn't want to play the Debo Samuel role, so you don't know if he can actually be a really good wide receiver, but you want to acquire him anyway.
Yep. We talk about the money over and over too, but there's only so many plays in a game. Are you paying the $130 million for Tyreek, the $130 million for Debo? You're gonna have to just
pay Waddle in 2 years.
Waddle in 2 years. Gesicki, if he does work out in the offense,
no, you can't.
Tua's coming up.
Yeah, no, you can't. You can't.
Where does it stop? It's not an endless payroll.
It's just so ridiculous. It's a ridiculous conversation. It'll never happen. I'm sorry. It just makes no sense. And again, I've come up with the angle that nobody thinks of. The pounding that position takes and that player takes, that's not a good contract. It's not a good. Why? If he doesn't want to play a Debo Samuel role, he picked up on what I picked up on. And what most people don't pick up on, and what most people like Perfect Q don't pick up on. You want to pick up a guy that wants... No, dude, no. Doesn't make any sense. Big O, do you like Gabagool? What the hell is that? What the hell is Gabagool? Gobbledygook? I know Gobbledygook, but I don't know about Gabagool. I have no idea. I don't think it's a band, but never heard of it. Omar says, for the money Debo is worth, use that money for other players. We already have great receivers. Yeah. You're at least somewhat logical looking at it, man. You know what I'm saying? So, let me see. Huh? Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what he was doing there. I don't know what he was doing there. You can pull up the ticket. See if you can pull up the. I sent you the email, bro. You have like 800 tickets there. I'm gonna treat you to like a whole bunch of stuff that I posted before, so you guys can check it out. I blame Reason for these Debo propagandas. I know Reasons wanted that, right? You got to take out the Lenny the Locksmith. So there you go. This is one of my ticket from 19 whatever it is, Monsters of Rock. What is that? 88. That's Van Halen, Metallica, Megadeth, Scorpions. Might have been. I don't know. It was great concert. Unfortunately, that was Van Hager also. Not that, at that time, I didn't like Van Halen, that version of Van Halen that much at all. I would watch Eddie and all that, but I wasn't that. I was pissed still at that time. Look at the price of that ticket. $25 to see all those bands, Van Halen, Metallica, Scorpions, Megadeth. I mean, it's just $25, bro. Huh? Yeah. Well, remember, it's multiple bands.
Look at the time down like
Yeah.
1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. Yeah, dude. 1:30. But $25 for that ticket. And that's like big money in those days. Okay? That's big money. Give me another ticket. What else do we have? Give me because you got to pull it up there on the email, guys. I sent him a whole bunch of them. But yeah, there you go. We're gonna have Marcel Louis Jacques joining us at 12:30. By the way, and then David Dwork will stop by at 1:00 to talk a little Okie. The Celtics defeated the Nets yesterday, 114-107. The Durantula is looking old, bro. 42 minutes. 76ers defeated the Toronto Raptors 104-101. They're up 2-0. And the Bulls defeated the Bucks with Middleton leaving with that right knee injury. That's an Iron Maiden ticket from the Sportatorium. Again, that's like 88 or something, 1675.
Yeah, I was going to say 1675.
Well, but that's only one band. Okay, the other one was like four major bands. You know what I'm saying? All right, 1675. How about that at the Hollywood Sportatorium? Love that. You got another one for me? All right. Next one, Iron. Oh no, that was the Iron Maiden one. Now we get a new one here. Let me get the next one. There's another. Oh, there we go. U2, Celador, Tampa. That was at the Sombrero. 87, which is the Joshua Tree tour. I think I've told you this story before. What was that?
I'm looking at the ticket. It says no cans, bottles, or weapons.
Yeah. And it's $18.50. And that was on the floor. Okay? That's $18.50 on the floor. Those tickets, we watch them in the Orange Bowl. We drive the next day to Tampa to go see them there. By the way, they played Spanish Fly in Tampa. They didn't play it in Miami. I remember that. And we get out of the car. And the person we parked to next to us says, hey, do you guys need any tickets? And we go, yeah, we need 4. We got 4 floors. Boom. That's one of the floor tickets right there. How about that? So go ahead. What's the next ticket? That was U2. And I don't even remember back in 87. I don't even know who opened up now at that point. I don't even remember. They never really have a ton of great opening acts overall. What's the next one you got there? Oh, Genesis at the Citrus Bowl, which, again, I saw him in the Orange Bowl one night and then went and saw him at the Citrus Bowl. This is the Invisible Touch Tour. Michelob presents Genesis, 1775, right there, baby. That was a good one. That was a good one. That's the one that started in the darkness, and it started with Mama. And it was dark, and then the lights, he would put the flashlight to his face. And you got the next one? What's the next one that we got coming up? Billy Joel. And this one's from 1990. Billy Joel. How about that? Ride Metro Rail. Celador presents. And there you go. Yeah, $22.75, getting a little more expensive there. Billy Joel trying to rip us off here in 1990. What I like is the ink is still in pretty good shape for that one. All right, the other ones were kind of fading a little bit, because they are old. So what's the next one? Oh, we did Monsters of Rock. Oh, that's it. Those are the ones. Okay, so there you go. Those are a few tickets that I have a hell of a lot more. I just took a few pictures of some of those tickets there. So there you go. Memories. Like the corner of my mind. Misty watered colored memories of the concerts the way they were. Anyway, I did love the fact that Tua talked about yakking the hell out of teams. That was so awesome. That was so awesome. I can't wait to see that offense, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm happy for Tua. I really am. Boss B says, wish I would have kept my tickets. I still have a few like Slayer. I also have my Lords of Acid ticket as well. Ian from Brooklyn says, it's easy to tell your stories are pure facts. You never embellish. Same story every time. I respect that. I mean, it's the same. It's what I lived. I mean, maybe I might be able to add something if I remember something else that I forgot or something, but nothing different. I think sometimes I've told those stories before, but I mean, there's nothing to tell. It is what it is. You get out of the car, there are 4 people, there are guys getting out there. He's got 4 tickets for you two on the floor. You're like, holy hell yeah, bro. This was meant to be. And you just walk right onto the floor. That was sweet, man. I loved it. And the fact that they played Spanish Fly that night and did not play it in the Orange Bowl, it was like, all right, a little extra sauce. Dolphin 413 says Monsters of Rock was Kingdom Come. You are right. Dawkins, Scorpions, Metallica, then Van Halen. That's it. You are correct. I went to another one that Megadeth was part of it. I'm pretty sure of that. But the one the ticket that I showed you is that one. You are correct. See, it's memory, bro. I remember Scorpions and Metallica and Halen. I thought it was Megadeth, but it was Dawkins. And I love Dawkins, bro. God, I love Dawkins. I feel so bad for Don Dawkins. That he feels terrible, man. That he has gone through a terrible spell now after his operation. Him and Phil Collins, man, two operations that went terrible and ruined everything. But again, I was blessed to see Don Dawkins and George Lynch in the early days. So it was fantastic to be able to experience that. And listen, every time I see pictures on social media of Eddie Van Halen, I just kiss the ground I walk on. That I am so blessed that I was able to see EVH so many times and see one of the greatest of all time do his thing. Tua threw Flores under the bus without getting sued. That's a great skill, and well deserved. So don't forget that part. Well deserved. Okay, because Flores deserves to get thrown under the bus over and over and over and over. That's the only way it should be for sorry ass Flores. I am so glad he's out of here, man. He's going to be just like the rest of the clowns that have been here in the past. They're not going to go. He's not going to go anywhere. He won't be another head coach probably ever again. He'll be another failure like the rest of the failures that have been here since Don Shula. None of the guys have gone anywhere else to become anything after they've done that here. So let's hope now Mike McDaniel breaks this funk and we finally have like a legitimate head coach here with Mike McDaniel. By the way, Bitcoin is up over 2%. It's over $42,000 right now at $42,300. There is Nature B. And of course, Nature B, that's for me. Use our code Big O and Pure Plant Pollen. It is a way you boost your immune system. That is why I rarely have a cold. All right. And I don't care that I'm vaccinated and boosted. I still take my 2 golden capsules every single day because I want to stay away from cold. It's not good doing radio doing it with a cold. It is tough. So plant pollen, pure plant pollen, all from clean green New Zealand, from Mother Nature, not created in a lab. And it is great for everyone, for kids, for adults, everyone. My daughter's been taking it since she was a child. I've been taking it for 20 years, folks, and I swear by it. And I love how it boosts my immune system. It gives me energy every day. You guys know I do 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours, 6 too, and we do it with plenty of energy every single time. And I thank Nature B for that for many, many years now. So check it out. They got all kinds of other products. You see the code there. Use the code Big O and get free shipping on the plant pollen. Not all the other products, but on the plant pollen, you will get free shipping. Use it. Big O. Leon Fresco, thank you. He says, have you ever heard of a Canadian rock band called Sam Roberts Band? No. Think you would like them. YouTube Shapeshifters and all in this together. I will. All right. Hour number 3 is next.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill, good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Back here, final hour of the program. Well, a little bit over an hour we have because at 1 o'clock, David Dwork will be joining us. So we'll talk a little Oki with David Dwork. Marcel Louis Jacques will be joining us at the bottom of the hour. Don't forget, use our code Big O, myedgedrink.com. You want the energy drink that will not give you an aftertaste? Zero aftertaste. I've tried. That's why I don't really drink energy drinks. Most of them all have aftertaste. After I tried Edge, I was like, okay. Now, and then it's as an elixir, it's even better. By the way, it is addicting because it's great with vodka and rum and all kinds of stuff. So mix it up also with Edge. Get the Edge on your drink, by the way, with a little Edge. But try it. Sean swears by it. He loves it. I love it. I'm telling you. You guys know I would never mislead you. I don't represent something that I wouldn't like anyways. You know how it is. That's how I've been for 30 years, all right? If I represent it is because I believe in it. And order it. And you can get 10% off your order wherever you're out in the country, myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Smooth, delicious, zero aftertaste. And, you know, I'm trying to watch what I'm eating. So 78 calories only on that also. So check it out. myedgedrink.com and use my code Big O to get 10% off of your shipping. There you go. It's a beautiful thing. All right. Hey, by the way, the Kraken defeated the Avalanche last night, 3-2. It was 3-1 after their first period. I was checking it out. I didn't stay up for the game, of course. I'm not going to do that. I'm not that crazy. But I was like, damn, you know, I did call the Santeria ladies. And I said, hey, let's put some extra juju in this. Let's go. And they did it, and the Kraken hung on. They didn't score another goal after the first period. And the Avalanche only were able to find one more goal. So 3-2 Kraken win. So now the Avalanche have played 77 games. The Panthers are 1 game in hand against the Avalanche. And they both have 116 points. So tonight against the Red Wings, you gotta get the win here. So put these fools out early, get the win, and now take a lead for the number 1 overall spot, that President's Trophy, baby. Best record in the league. We need that. Well, listen, in the end, I want more games at Florida Live Arena than anywhere else, right? I want every series for the Panthers to have home ice advantage. And that includes the Stanley Cup if they're fortunate enough to get there. And we know they're talented enough to get there. I gotta love it, man. Kraken doing the job yesterday. That was awesome. So let's see if now the Panthers getting it done against the young Red Wings there. All right. You want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. Remember, we're going to be in Vegas next week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday we'll be broadcasting from Las Vegas. I'll be broadcasting. He won't. He'll be back here after that, but I'll stay in Vegas on Monday for a couple of days to do some business and a little pleasure too. What's that? Wait a minute. Huh?
You have me flying out Monday night.
Oh, Monday. Oh, so you're Monday or you're with us. Okay. All right. So Monday night he's flying out. So there you go. You want to stay longer?
No, but Tuesday's going to be very interesting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So, we'll see, because my flight gets in at 7 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Actually, 5:46 in the morning.
Oh, you got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time. You'll get home. You have plenty of time. You're not on till 10.
I don't sleep on flights.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, you got to try it. How come you can't nap? You just can't on a 5-hour flight?
It's one of the things I do.
Although it's a half hour
I don't
shorter.
sleep in cars, and that's why I like driving all the time too, because I don't sleep in cars as well.
All right. Well, it's 4.5 hours on the way back. It's 5 that way, 4.5 this way. It's actually a half hour shorter flight on the way back.
I think it's opposite.
Really? No, I think it's the other way around.
No, because you lose the 3 hours going there.
No. But still, the travel time,
flight? Yeah.
the actual flight time.
That way, yeah.
No, the actual flight time is shorter on the way.
Yeah, because I leave at 10 and I get back at 5:40.
The route
so it's
that they
7:45 or
the route they use is a little shorter, more direct from Vegas to us. But I guess the route they use from here to Vegas is longer.
Okay.
But it's a half hour longer.
All right.
There he is. There he is. Steve Calabro is in the house. How you doing, man? Get him the mic there. We got a great boxing event coming up, and Steve Calabro. We just had JD Martinez on a little while ago. He was good. He was good. We had some fun. He was hanging out here for a little bit. So how you feeling, man? How you feeling?
Listen,
you feeling good?
We got to talk about boxing.
Of course.
But prior to boxing, I just want to inform your listeners. They've heard me say for about a year that last year we were the best payouts in slot machines.
Yes, sir.
In Florida. Well, they do that annually. And yes, for the second year in a row,
Loosest slots.
The loosest slot award goes to Hialeah Park.
We love it, baby. We love our women and our slots loose.
And say that correctly, please. our women, and we could say anyhow. So look, it's great. We just, it's all about providing a customer experience.
That's right.
Whether it be on the slot machine, whether it be here in poker. Look, poker.
The food too, man.
The food is fantastic. Poker is an interesting thing. Everybody that comes here says, "Man, you got a lot of action here."
Right.
And what does a poker player want? They want action.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the experience that we provide. And so whether it's poker, whether it's slots, the loosest slots in Florida, or if it's the boxing event, it's all going to be what we focus here, and the management team always focuses on what the customer's experience is going to be. What we think we can do to make it the best experience. So I wanted to mention the loosest slots because what
nice
the heck?
Job.
Now
nice job.
Boxing, come
on. Another great card, and let me tell you, the card we had a couple months ago was awesome. And what I'm so proud of what we're doing here now is that it's coming often now, and that's what I think is going to create just an absolute monster here. And I think people they'll find out, and they'll know, and they'll see it's a tradition and a type of thing. And I like what we're doing here.
Look,
with
it's
that,
a
man.
series. This look, the event is on May 7th.
Right.
7 p.m. is the first bout. But the name of the event is Boxeo Cubano 2. Those two. We fought. We had a debate for way too long whether it should be dos, should be 2, or should be Roman numeral 2.
Oh, come on.
We were like throwing. Everybody was like, there was literally 6
You're
people.
in Hialeah, bro. Dos.
Well, no, but you know what?
Hialeah. Dos. Hialeah.
But you're
dos.
Listen, I will tell you, you pick 100 people in Hialeah right now. They say Boxeo Cubano 2, they know what it is. Boxeo Cubano 2, they know what it is.
Right.
So I think we're okay. I think we're going to be all right.
Bro, we live in a town where they say 2 minutos.
That's true. That is true. That's true. And the guy happens to look like me. I've never met him, but I've had literally 10 people come up to me and say,
you do look like
the guy for the Heat. I said, no, I guess he's got a mustache.
Yeah.
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 But I'd love to meet him one day. He probably looks vaguely like me, not that much.
There's some resemblance. I can see why people would say it. Biamonte, yeah, there's some, but not as much.
Yeah,
but,
you got to stand next to each other. Forget it.
Yeah.
Separate. We probably,
Yeah. But I can see where they can say there's some resemblance.
Literally 3 or 4 people in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. No. I can see
I
it.
was at some restaurant. A guy comes up to me and says, "Oh, you're the guy from the Heat, right?" I said, "No, I wish I was, but I'm not."
I know Biamani really well. I'm going to surprise you one day, and I'm going to put him on the air at the same time with you.
Please, yeah, please.
Hey, here's your doppelganger.
But anyhow, so this boxing event's going to be fantastic. There'll be more to come. Boxeo Cubano 3 will happen.
Yes,
or
of
3,
course.
however we want to say. This actually, when you think about
It has to be 3.
I have to back up. Listen, Hialeah is the home of Spanglish.
Of course.
Boxeo Cubano 2 will be a little version of Spanglish.
Yeah.
If it was Boxeo Cubano 2, it would be all Spanish.
But don't you sell 3 leches downstairs?
Yes, we do.
Then you got to go with 3. I'm just saying.
That's like
you got 2 minutos. You got to go 2.
No, we're just capitalizing on the Spanglish. That's what we're doing. It's well thought out. 2 instead of 2 because of the Spanglish.
Yeah, no, I actually, you know what you do? You actually have more Fiorentino in you than you do Biamonte.
That may be the guy that,
yeah.
Because
your mustache is very Fiorentino.
Yeah.
Your mustache, and then the hair is definitely,
Wait. Maybe Fiorentino's mustache is very Calibro.
Maybe.
Maybe. Did you ever think that's a possibility?
Maybe.
I mean, just It's
I mean,
just a possibility.
you're both Northeast guys because he's a Jersey guy, right?
I'm from Jersey.
Or New York, I think.
Well, that's
or
the
is
same
New
thing.
York,
Well,
which
the New
one
Yorkers
is it?
don't like Jerseyans.
Is it Mount Pleasant?
So Mount Pleasant. Oh, that could be either. There's a Mount Pleasant in New Jersey. There's a Mount Pleasant in New York.
Mount where's yeah, because I'm trying to remember where he look at Tony Fiorentino's high school. Where's
Something tells me it's New York. It's just
no, I know it's. I think it is New York.
Yeah.
Look at Tony Fiorentino and tell me the name of his high school because I want to say, I don't know why I want to say it was Mount Pleasant or something like that. Again, I know Fiorentino very well. Mount Vernon.
Vernon. That's New
Mount
York.
Vernon, New
That's
York.
New York. That's
there
New
you
York.
go.
Yeah, that's New York.
Yeah. He was like a freaking monster Hall of Fame high school coach.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, no,
I didn't know that.
Fiorentino was a monster there, dude. His teams were beastly in those days. Yeah. He was a hell of a coach. He is a hell of a coach, by the way. But he's just not.
Well, now he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah, he's doing his heat camps and all that, and doing everything with the.
Oh, now
with
he's
the
trying to
Miami.
look like Calibro.
Now he's trying to look like Calibro.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's kind of what he does. Yeah, exactly. I think
Yeah,
it's.
I bet you.
I think it's Fiorentino that they're
Yeah, I think
not
that's what
not Biamonte.
I'm
Because
almost
I
certain.
could kind of see the eyes part for Biamonte. The mustache is not the same and the nose is not the same. But when it comes to Fiorentino, you're pretty. Yeah, there you go.
Let's take a look.
See.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit of it's the
hair,
stash,
the Italian
the hair,
going
right? The
back.
Italian stuff. That's what it is.
Yeah, the
the
Italian.
skin color,
Yeah,
the hair, and the
same thing.
mustache.
Yeah, same thing. The hair and the stash. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that, like me, I've had my stash since I was 17.
Right. Oh,
I'm sure
he's
he had a stash all his life.
he's had a stash all his
Yeah,
life. I've
but-
only known Fiorentino with a stash.
Listen, my children are anywhere from 29 to 39, right? It's for stepchildren and children. And none of them have ever seen me without a stash. Heck, if you go back, you can go back. Thank you so much. You can go back real far. And I think the only people that are living now are like a couple of my best friend has seen me without a stash, but he can't remember it.
Right, yeah.
I'm sure he can't remember
Yeah.
it. My sisters probably vaguely remember it, but it's a long ways. It's a long ways. So
Yeah,
anyhow,
I've actually shaved it off a couple times because I make mistakes when I'm trimming. So I have to shave it all off and,
I'm afraid
and regrow it again.
I'm afraid to shave it off.
Oh, mine grows back like in 2 days,
No,
bro.
so will mine,
I'm the
but-
human chia pet.
That will be 2-3 days of hell for me.
There we go. Go ahead. Fire it off.
Chia.
There we go. See, he plays a chia and he made a picture of me and it'll come because it's on delay there. See? And it plays the little drop chia. So there you go. All right. So we got boxing. By the way, can we give away the tickets, which is what
Yes.
people have been asking?
Yes, we can give away.
Okay, so
today we're going to give away 2 pairs.
no, come on.
Come on. How many do you want to give away?
4
pairs.
4 pairs.
Done.
Okay.
Done. See how he works me over? He
And
works
then-
me over, right?
And then next week, how many more can we give away?
Let's talk about it before that.
But remember, I'm gone Tuesday to Vegas for
Right.
a couple days.
Right.
I'm still doing the shows. I'm still. It's like normal. It's just I'm in Vegas.
Right.
But and then I'll be
All right.
back for the early part of the
We'll-
following week.
We'll do 4 next week, too.
Okay, 4
All
next
right,
week.
so-
Okay,
But
so
we're not going to be doing it here at Hialeah next week.
No.
you'll be in,
Next week I'll be here on Monday, and then the following week, then we're back on Friday.
Okay, Monday. Next week, you're giving away 4 tickets on Monday.
Right, on
Perfect.
Monday,
And
exactly.
Four pairs of
tickets
tickets
today.
and 4 pairs. Yeah.
Yes.
4
So,
pairs.
full name, address, email, send them to the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056, or you can DM them to me on my Twitter page at Big O Show. If you want to go to the boxing night in 2 weeks on May 7th, send it in now, and I will pick 4 winners, and I will tell you you're the winner, and the tickets will be there for you at Will Call. For those of you that won last time, you know how it was. It was nice and easy. You go to Will Call, and you get your tickets, and you're in, and it'll be a great event. Full name, address, email, and
Cell phone.
and cell phone. Okay, that way we can contact you if we have to contact you, and we have a way to verify you are who you are. You know what I'm saying? We don't want any doppelgangers here. Okay. All right. So, what do you think about this match? This is out of control.
First of all, the Pero, versus Perez. Come on, that's Cuban Cuban guy going for the WBO fight heavyweight belt.
It's going to be on ESPN, by the way, right? Isn't it?
I think Frankie, it's just they're kind of like finalizing
okay.
that.
I'm
I don't know. He might have broke that a little early, but
Sorry.
I think you might have. That's the pre-break, the pre-break. But
erase that, Sean. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm sorry. Didn't say it.
You know, these are two. You know, the two title fights are really good.
I know.
Both, you know, one's a heavyweight title fight, one's a cruiserweight title fight. I think it's going to be fantastic. And then the other guy was on our card last time, Velasquez, and Salgado. So this will be that was probably one of the best fights of the night.
The last 4 fights
were unbelievable.
We're awesome.
You know?
We're awesome.
And think about what we're providing here. You know, this is live boxing. Really, how many places are doing live boxing?
Nobody.
And it has a little bit of I like the fact that it's outdoors.
Oh, yeah.
It has a little bit of a coolness out there. You know, you're in Miami. It's 78 degrees. It was
By the way,
night out.
Killer Buffet
in the Fountain Terrace.
So
right
make
there.
sure you sign up there and take advantage of the buffet. So great food, drinks, great atmosphere. You're right next to a beautiful racetrack. It is awesome, and it is a great atmosphere.
And you can, after the match or before the event, you can play some poker.
That's right.
Or you can play on the loosest slots.
That's right.
Come on, I mean,
that's right.
Yeah,
listen, it's the kind of event that you come with the wife, you walk her over to the machine, you let her sit down in the machine, and then you take off and you go enjoy the boxing event. And then you come back and you find out how broke you are. It's all good, bro. Everything works out.
Wait, go. This is loosest slots.
She's still going to give it all away, bro. She's going to give it away. She's looser than the slots. Remember, we told you that.
And that's pretty loose. All right. Well, just make sure they all know it's going to be
No, seriously. No, come on down, have some fun. The food is fantastic. And on fight night, they put out a buffet that Sean Stanley approves. Okay, when Sean Stanley approves your buffet, you are absolutely in. So you got and you'll have an opportunity to win tickets. But if you don't, come on out. It's going to be a great night. And I already told you something that I shouldn't have told you about it. Also,
but you broke it. All right,
yes.
so that's good, and we'll see you at the event.
Yes,
and,
looking forward to it.
Of course, there's some pre-events. You know, the weigh-in and
we'll be there Friday for the weigh-in
for the Friday weigh-in, and that would be great.
Yeah,
that'll be really good.
That's
always a little bit crazy to me. That's organized chaos.
Yeah,
everyone that I've ever gone to, like when I bring somebody that's never been to a weigh-in to it, they're like, "What's going on?" I said, "This is just this is organized chaos."
Yeah,
yeah.
And by the way, fans can come out and check out the weigh-in.
Sure.
It's in the Champions Sports Club. So come on out here, and Champions is an enormous place. I mean, Hialeah Park's an enormous place. But Champions is out there. So if you've never been to a boxing weigh-in, you know, that's actually a really cool thing. The fighters get up face-to-face, all that stuff. There's a little trash talking sometimes. Sometimes there's some extracurricular activities. You never know and how personal it gets. But overall, no, it was a great atmosphere last time. I think everybody was really professional, and it's a really cool experience. So if you're going to come out to the event on Saturday, come out to the weigh-in on Friday. You can meet us. We'll be out there. We'll be doing the show like we did. We'll be interviewing the boxers like we did last time. So we're going to have a great time in two Fridays from now here at Hialeah Park, man. Looking forward to it.
All right, Big O. As a matter of fact, I'm going to leave you now. I'm going to actually go over to Champions right now.
Nice.
We're upgrading some of our betting machines over there. So I'm going to go meet somebody that's going to get us the latest and greatest tote machines.
I love it.
So
love it. All right.
All right.
Appreciate you, my brother.
Take care.
Thank you,
Have a
Steve
good one.
Calabro, a.k.a. Doppelganger Florentino. Always kind enough to join us here on the program. Thank you, Steve. You're the best. Appreciate you. Steve Calabro, baby. Yes, sir. Steve Calabro looks like the witness protection version of the other guy. That's what Dougie Fresh says. Dougie always has the great liners. Let's see. Niners will win a top 5 pick in the upcoming 23 draft. So there's the winners. Boy, that would be actually fun, right? That the Niners have like a terrible year and the Dolphins end up with a big time pick from it, and they go to the playoffs. Tua has a terrific season. I mean, that you want perfection. The Dolphins win 11 plus games, get into the playoffs, maybe even, let's say, win at least one playoff game, right? We're feeling great. San Francisco wins like 4 games this year because everything went wrong. Trey Lance was a disaster. They traded away Garoppolo, whatever. And the Dolphins end up with like a top 5 pick and they went to the playoffs. I mean, that's the kind of karma that I want to be a part of, dude. Yes. That would be fantastic, man. Be awesome. Remember, Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises, proud sponsor of our program. Folks, if you have a leaky roof, if your roof is old, if it's breaking down, we got hurricane season coming around the corner. The rainy season, starts May, June already, and you start getting those afternoon showers, and that's when a lot of people start calling their roofing companies. Well, Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com is ready for you right now, folks, okay? Highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. They're licensed and insured. Please don't have anybody working in your home that isn't licensed and insured. All work is fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. And here is the challenge for those of you out there. The next listener that calls in and fixes their roof with Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. If they replace the roof, replace, repair, whatever it is, we will do a show at your business or your home. So call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises at 954-735-9826. That's 954-735-9826. They're also a Y Green contractor. So if you've been looking to go green at home and you want to convert your home, you can also call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises. They're a Y Green contractor. You do that or the roof, one of the two. I will do a show at your house or your business. All right? So there you go. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. Give them a ring. All right? You want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line? 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Don't forget to smash the like button, whether you're watching or listening to the program. Always appreciate it. Thank you all out there. Looks like we're ready. All right. Devin Jordan, thank you, sir, for a little love on the super chat. Very nice of you. Thank you. He puts, Big O, since you're going to Vegas for the draft, I need you to put $1,000 bet on the Dolphins for me. I'm taking the over 8.5 spread. LOL. I'm taking the I'm taking the over 8.5. I'm going to bet it. I'll show you the ticket and everything. I'll post the ticket and everything on Twitter.
I know that, dude. Where'd you get this?
Super chats.
Oh, gnarly. Awesome. Totally awesome.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Devin, for a little love on the super chat. Always good to have a super chat going. All right, let's have our super chat that we have twice a week with Marcel Louis Jacques. And we get the edge on the Miami Dolphins with the drink that is delicious, smooth, zero aftertaste, just 78 calories. You use my code Big O, you can get free shipping, myedgedrink.com, and our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report.
Time to get the edge on the Miami Dolphins with our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report. When you want the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste, you can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Here's the ESPN Dolphin insider Marcel Louis Jacques.
All righty. There he is, Marcel Louis Jacques. How you doing, my man? You hanging in there? You feeling good?
Hanging in there, thriving. Just picked up a breakfast burrito from the taco stand out in Wynwood. Really taking me back to California. Nice little chorizo and egg, little beans in there, some body of sriracha sauce too, man. I've never been happier. So I'm doing very well. Doing very well.
There you go. Are you doing as well as Tua?
I don't know if I've ever seen Tua look that happy. I don't know if I've ever been that happy. Hopefully one day. I like something as much as he likes Mike McDaniel, but It
Oh
was
no,
it was
no,
good to see,
no, no,
man.
no.
It
Wait
was
a
good to see.
minute. Wait a minute. It doesn't have to be like. Maybe you're married to a miserable bitch for about 20 years, and then when you divorce her, that's how you also look. I'm just saying.
I mean,
I've seen the guys that have broken free from the miserable bitches, and they look just like that, like Tua Tagovailoa. They look like they're happy and they're free, baby.
I mean,
That's how I interpreted it. You might have interpreted it a little different, but I looked at it that way. I looked at it as like, boy, he got rid of the ball and chain. That's what he felt like.
he is thankful to Brian Flores for drafting him to the Miami Dolphins. And that's that. That's that. You cut print. There's no, and then now he can hang out with his head coach outside of work. So no, it's nice to see people happy. I don't like to see people miserable and buttoned up, especially from a media perspective. Love it more when people want to talk. It seemed like he was willing to talk. And I mean, he was funny. He was cracking jokes from the second he got in there. He stepped to the podium and looked at us. He was like, I bet you guys have a lot of questions, huh?
Yep.
It's like, you are right. So let's get to it.
Yeah. He looked like the guy that was the year with Fitz, not this last year. That guy you had. That's the guy you had in that first year, the happy-go-lucky guy and all that. Last year he was kind of beaten down. In a way, I got to tell you something. It reminds me a little bit of where Durant's at right now, because watching him last night and putting all these pieces together, that this kid's been playing 40 minutes plus every night. Harden was lazy all year, and he had to carry that burden. And then the other idiot didn't get the vaccine, so he doesn't play at home. So Durant has to carry that burden. Dude, that's not fun, having to carry burdens. And I think that's what Tua is like right now. Tua's looking at it like, okay, I can play football now, and I don't have to deal with a burden.
You know what he said a lot. He said a lot yesterday, but one that really resonated with me was him saying, people asking about his leadership style, and he comes out and says, Mike doesn't ask you to be something that you're not. And that tells me, all right, Mike is letting us be ourselves. He's letting me lead the way I lead. He's letting me play the way I play. I'm not a rah-rah guy. I'm not the type to yell at a defense or talk this and that. Like, I just want to be he's basically saying, I just want to do me. I just want to kind of lead by example. I don't want to be vocal, and Mike lets me do that. And I think goes back to what we've been saying about Mike McDaniel for a long time about, people want to know, how is he going to command the locker room? How is he going to command respect? How is he going to do this and that? And the third, he's a player's guy. Players like him. People like him. He's a people person. That's how he commands respect in the locker room. People like him. People trust him. People think, okay, this guy wants the best for me. This guy wants me to succeed. He wants me to make the most money that I can. So I'm going to do whatever I can. I'm going to do whatever he asks. That is his leadership style. So, and again, it's still so early in the process. They've been playing football for about 3 days. They will not be playing the game for another, what are we talking, 5 months or so? So, I'm not going to say, this is the new Belichick. This is the new best coach in the world. But, when people ask, okay, I don't know how he's going to command any respect in the locker room. This is how it starts, is relationships.
Yeah, I already had this conversation earlier. There's no right way to do it, because you can watch Jimmy Johnson and John Madden, and they're maniacs on the sidelines, and then you can go watch Tony Dungy and Tom Flores, and they're cigar store mannequins. So Dick Vermeil would cry at every other podium press conference. There's no right way or wrong way. The key was what you just said earlier, was gaining respect from players. And how do you gain the respect? Well, you gain it by communicating. You gain it by earning their trust. You don't always gain it by screaming at them and hollering and all that crazy ass stuff. That might work for some people, but I would think for most people, it probably doesn't end up working. That's something that you can only do in a short moment. It's not something that you do on a habitual basis. You know what I mean? So none of us can ever say there's one way to do it. There really isn't one way to be a leader. There just isn't.
No, you got to be genuine at the end of the day, because I think at this stage of life, especially, they made it this far in this career, this industry, they've run into a lot of people who are disingenuous. And so it has made them, I don't want to say overtly skeptical, but definitely skeptical of anybody that they come into contact with. Their BS detector is very sensitive. They can tell when you are nonsensing them. They can tell when you're dicking them around. So I think if you are genuine, if you're real, it doesn't matter if you're goofy. It doesn't matter if you're uptight. It doesn't matter if you're a disciplinarian, a player's coach. None of that matters. As long as you are real and you know what you're doing, you know what you're talking about, then you're going to command respect. And so I think that, especially the guys who, don't like to treat this like war, or don't like to, aren't that hard ass, nose to the grind every day, raw eggs in the blender every morning. I think they're going to appreciate this. And eventually it might take a little longer to, get the guys who are more disciplinarian or who like that drill sergeant approach. It might be a little longer for those guys to come around, but you know what helps everything, right? We've been talking about it the past couple of weeks. Winning games. You start winning games, those guys aren't going to care if you're the goofiest coach in the world. They're going to respect you because they see that you know what you're doing. So, I mean, he's off to a good start with at least the most important catalyst on this team this season, and that's the quarterback.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. All right, for a guy that doesn't say much normally in press conferences, you are correct. He did give you some meat on the bone overall, and one of the money quotes was a lot of changes and a lot of good changes. What did you read into that?
I mean, a lot of additions, a lot of good additions. Teron Armstead is a good change. Tyreek Hill is a good change. Raheem Mostert, Chase Edmonds, these are good changes. The offensive staff, good change. I don't want to make everything about Brian Flores here, but they did make enough. They did make enough good additions outside of the coaching staff to where, he could be talking about any of those things. So he didn't comment on Flores' firing. He did the whole "this is above my pay grade" approach to it. Thank him for drafting him.
Smart. He doesn't gain anything from that.
And I'm sure
you gain. Only you gain from him talking about that.
Yeah, that's leading ESPN.com. If he comes out and says, "I was happy to see him go," that's
exactly.
Nobody's listening to the rest of the press conference. Everybody's going to write immediately. So no, but I'm sure he was very much coached up to say or to not say anything disparaging, and I don't think that's necessarily his character. Yeah, but he was definitely told, "Hey, you're going to be asked about Brian Flores. Let's go ahead and keep it present. Let's not look in the past." That PR staff over there is good. They're professionals as well. So I have no doubt in my mind that he was told to, I know you might not even want to, but just be absolutely sure. No disparaging remarks. Let's keep it professional.
He's not the guy you have to tell him that, because he's not going to do it anyways. That's his nature, bro. That's just, he's too smart for that. He doesn't fall into that stuff.
You get too comfortable in a situation, you'd be surprised, man. People say anything. And they feel like you're a little too comfortable.
He's that Tim Tebow dude, bro. He's just that guy. He's that Tony Gwynn. He's that Cal Ripken. He's that, there's only a few. Russell Wilson. He's one of those dudes that you'll never get him. You'll never bait him. They're not those guys. They will not be baited into that kind of stuff. They rise. No matter what, they find a way to rise above all of that. It's crazy, dude.
Quarterback has to be, man. Quarterback has to be. You talk so often.
No, it doesn't have to be a quarterback. Like I told you, I gave you Cal Ripken. I gave you Tony Gwynn.
No, I didn't say it's exclusively quarterbacks, but a quarterback has to be.
By the way, Derek Jeter was like that too. Another one of those kind of dudes. They're unflappable, bro. They're just unflappable. And you're going to try over and over and over again. And no matter what controversy, hey, Jeter, are you really giving gift baskets to women? No matter what it is, Tim Tebow, no matter what it is, you will not get those guys to flinch. And that's what's going to happen with Tua. You guys over the years will keep trying to do it, and he's going to keep going, ole, ole, ole. You're just going to keep going right by like the bull, bro. Besides the attitude, what did you think? Because I've asked this a couple of times to some of the guys that have been on with us. I think people took the pressure thing. Some people took the pressure thing wrong. I believe Tua, because I believe all great athletes don't feel pressure in these situations. They feel pressure like Durant when Harden doesn't want to play. when Kyrie is out on home games. That's when it's pressure. Pressure is last year when your offensive line can't block and you can't run and your coaches are a disaster. That's pressure for Tua and any other player that's in that position. What in the position he's in now, athletes like this, they don't feel pressure. They look forward to these kind of challenges. Your thoughts on
Yeah,
that?
yeah. I mean, you're the number 5 overall pick. You're the starting quarterback of an NFL team. There's always going to be pressure on you to succeed. Like no matter how many, no matter how many weapons you do or don't have, no matter who your coaches are, like there's always going. It's always going to be there. I don't know if there was a wrong way to take it. I haven't really done the rounds of I haven't done the take rounds. I kind of did my job and put my hat down yesterday, but seems like a standard answer, for a quarterback to do. And there is pressure on him. I don't know if there's any more or less pressure than there was entering the season, but to say that there's no pressure on him at all to succeed this year is, fictitious.
No. There's pressure. There's pressure. There's pressure, but put by the media and fans. The player's not sitting there going, "Oh my God, there's pressure." No, dude, he's not worried about that. This is a guy that comes off the bench and wins the national championship. People like this, they don't feel that. Guys like this feel better about this situation. Pressure was last year, bro. Pressure was last year playing with fractured ribs and a fractured finger and a shitty coaching staff and no running game and an offensive line that can't block. That's pressure. Tyreek Hill, Teron Armstead, Connor Williams, Chase, Mostert. No, that's not pressure. He looks at it. These kind of people look at it like, all right, now I can go out and perform. Now I can do my thing. I had pressure last year because I couldn't do my thing because I wasn't assisted properly to do my thing. So for me, I feel Tua has less pressure than he did last year. And that's how he looks at it.
No, I can agree with that. What did Tyreek Hill say when asked about pressure a couple of weeks ago?
Right.
I don't believe in pressure. I make the pressure. That's the
that's what
you got guys around you who are going to be the most confident in the world. Like, again, you've got some of the best athletes in the NFL at your disposal. You got so much speed at your disposal. You got a coach who knows what he's doing. There's not a lot of internal pressure within him to succeed. Like, there's not like if you feel confident in yourself, then you should be able to say like, yeah, man, I've got everything in the world around me. You can't be thinking like, oh my God, I might not get it. Oh, I might not do this. Oh, what if I don't? Because you ain't built for this. If that's how your mentality is, if that's how you think.
So when they gave you the beat to come cover the Dolphins, were you like shitting in your pants?
No, man. I wasn't when they brought me up from Charlotte either. One of the first questions that they asked me in my interview was, "Are you nervous?" I said, "Nah, man. Like I've been doing this for." I have been a journalist for 5 years, or had been a journalist for 5 years leading up to that point. I said, the job is the job. There's just more people paying attention.
That's
so
it.
Like that, it is what it is. When you know what you can do, you can do it anyway.
That's why I felt it was silly when I see some comments from people. Oh, there's pressure on Tua. Like they think he's cowering in some corner, nervous about this or something. When he's like, let's go, dude. This is what I want.
There's a difference between saying there's pressure on Tua this year and there's no excuses for Tua this year. Nobody's saying like Tua is making the excuses. I feel like when people say that, they're like, when does Tua ever do? That's not what that means. You're being disingenuous by purposely not reading. That's not what that means. That is directly for everybody on the outside who keeps saying he didn't have an O-line, he didn't have coaches, he didn't have weapons. There's no more excuses from in that department, in that regard this year.
Like me.
Like there's no more.
I'm that guy.
Yeah. There's no more apologies for Tua this year. Like he's got everything at his disposal. Now we get to see who he is. So like there's a difference between there's pressure and there's no excuses. Like these are different arguments, man. Apples and oranges.
What
Apples
else?
And broccoli.
What else did you pick up from that press conference that we haven't talked about overall that you either liked or didn't like? I don't know.
Chris Greer, man. I asked him exactly what I told you I was going to ask him. If it was a concerted effort to keep those 2023 first-round picks in the Tyreek Hill trade. And he said, yes, it was. That was important to them to keep. It wasn't because, I'm sure you could throw You could say, oh, we'll just give you one of these next year, and then we'll still keep one this year, and it's the same amount of picks. But no, he specifically wanted picks in that draft. He specifically called out the number of picks they have, early round picks they have in 2023. There's so much ammo to move up now. Like, sure, they got a lot of money coming to a lot of different guys in the next few years. It'll be nice if they could hit on 3 of their 5 picks in the first 3 rounds. Then you got 3 cheap impact players in the future. But in all reality, they've got money to move up. They've got money to move, or they've got capital to move up next year. So I thought that he was pretty open about that. I thought it was interesting that the Patriots were the most aggressive team in pursuing Devontae Parker, and that the Dolphins were gung-ho on getting a 3rd rounder for him no matter what, whether it's this year or next year, and they still somehow got it out of the New England Patriots. So that's shout out to Chris Greer, man. The guy might be a good negotiator. He might be a good negotiator.
He is a good negotiator. He's a
yes,
very good negotiator.
Let's go ahead and give him flowers. Where he made a joke yesterday that his teammate's son is on Twitter. He's looking at him like, man, people don't like you. People don't like you that much. And then he goes and he signs to run Armstead. He trades for Tyreek Hill, and all of a sudden it's never mind. They love you. The statue is being framed as we speak. Like, they need you to come in and pose for a little bit. Like, they're gonna put that right next to Dan Marie. Like, it's just funny how fickle matters can be. But he might mess around and he might be a pretty good GM, man. Let's see if this thing works on the field.
As I said 2 years ago,
job
and I'll stick to it. Chris Greer, Marvin Allen, and Reggie McKenzie will prove to be one of the best front offices in the NFL. Just give it time, and it'll all develop, and everybody will then buy in. I watch Marvin Allen have too much success wherever he's been, and Reggie McKenzie had zero business getting fired in Oakland. Zero. He did an exceptional job at Oakland, and they obviously fell in love with Gruden and that stupidity, and they moved in that direction. Reggie was doing a hell of a job there, and I think Chris Greer is primed for this job. I think those 3 guys are monsters, and I think Dolphin fans are going to enjoy it as the years develop. That's how I feel when it comes to these guys. What more? I know I wanted to ask you one more thing on. Oh yeah, are you falling for all this Deebo Samuel crap?
No, stop, everybody, stop. It ain't happening. And I'll tell you what. Even in the universe that it does happen, if you think for a second that Deebo Samuel and Jalen Waddle are going to be teammates here, you're outside your mind. They don't get Deebo without getting rid of Waddle, so you need to pick one that you want. I'm going to take the guy who's got 4 more years of team control, who's already an impact wide receiver, who has as many years of production as Deebo does, even though he's been in the league 2 fewer years. Like, it's an easy decision, man. Look, Deebo was excellent last year.
Most important thing that's developed now. Apparently, Deebo doesn't want to play Deebo. He wants to be more of a receiver. Well, guess what? You don't even know if he can do that, and that's a problem. So
I'm kind of interested in what really is going on there, man. Because I know. Okay, if he doesn't want to play the running back, you would think that the relationship is as salvageable as just saying, "Okay, you're right. Then we won't put you a running back anymore." Like, it should be an easy fix, right? But like, for there to be no fix, where then like either both sides are really dug in the trenches, like heels in the dirt, about how they feel about his usage, or there's something deeper in there to saying that changing his role to what he wants and paying him a crap ton of money won't fix the problem. There's something more going on there. So I don't know. There's been a lot of this, like, Deebo looking for places in Miami, Deebo being in Miami. It's not happening. It's just not. I don't see it. And I will raise my hand and say, hey, I was wrong. I didn't see that coming. If it does happen, it'd be cool to watch. It'd be cool to cover. Everybody wins there. But do not hold your breath. That is, I think they have a good thing going right now. There's no way they add him without getting rid of Jalen Waddle and one of those first rounders maybe from next year. Just because I think that the New York Jets will come around with some sort of Godfather offer and they'll ship him off. But I don't think it's worth it, man. Like, again, 1 year of production and demanding a trade is sus to me, man.
I'm with you.
It's suspect.
I'm with you. Follow him on Twitter at Marcel_Louis Jacques and catch his work there at ESPN. Marcel, as always, thank you for taking time, my friend. Have a fantastic weekend.
Absolutely, man. Headed to the beach immediately. Appreciate you.
Enjoy yourself.
See you Monday.
You got it. See you Monday. Marcel Louis Jacques. Remember, order your edge, myedgedrink.com. 10% off your order when you use my code Big O. myedgedrink.com. You now have the edge.
You now have the edge on the Miami Dolphins with the Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins Report featuring ESPN's Marcel Louis Jacques. Get the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste. You can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com.
There it is. Marcel Louis Jacques. Always appreciate him joining us. And get your edge, man. myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. And use my code Big O for 10% off. 10% off of your order wherever you're at in the country. And trust me, you're going to love it. And by the way, when you do buy it, tweet it out, Instagram, whatever. Give us a shout out. Love to see you enjoying that edge there on social media. All right. When sports and business collide on this show, you know what happens? The KSDTCPA.com Sports Business Report. Well, as you all know, the Chelsea club is up for sale as one of the Russian oligarchs. Roman Abramovich had to be forced to put it up for sale. So there's one of the many groups that are bidding on the Chelsea football club has two new members to their ownership group. Lewis Hamilton, which probably most of us don't know, and Serena Williams. How about that? Remember, LeBron is part of Liverpool. He's got a little stake in Liverpool. So they've committed $10 million each to the bid, with Steve Paluca and Todd Bowley are the head of the consortiums in the race to buy the club. Hamilton and Serena are committing millions of pounds to one of the bids, vying to become the new owners. Sky News can exclusively reveal the full lineup of investors backing the takeover offer for the club, being spearheaded by Sir Martin Broughton, the former Liverpool and British Airways chairman, the most prominent of who are the 7-time Formula One champion and former world number one tennis player. Sources close to the group said that Hamilton and Williams, the highest profile members of any of the three remaining consortiums, have pledged an estimated £10 million for the bid. Both Hamilton will compete for Mercedes at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix in Imola this weekend, live on Sky Sports. And Williams, who's won 23 Grand Slams, including 7 Wimbledon titles, have become established investors in their own right in recent years. So there you go. Serena Williams trying to become an owner, a part owner of the Chelsea Football Club. It's pretty cool. I'll say this about Serena. She looks great in a Wonder Woman uniform or costume or whatever. Doesn't she look great in that commercial? She does. Like after watching that commercial, it's like maybe they should ask her to, what the hell, bro? It's more believable that a great athlete could be a superhero, right? Than just an actor or an actress, And Gal Gadot, she does a good job. Don't get me wrong. She's smoking hot. I get it. Although 1984 was the sequel, right? It sucked. Oh, God. And they're talking about Wonder Woman 3. If it's anything like number 2, I'd rather do number 2 than watch number 2. Oh, that was terrible, dude. Terrible. So, just terrible sequel. And they're going to do a third? Ugh. But anyways, Serena in that commercial does look good in a Wonder Woman uniform. I got to give her credit there, man. That is your KSDT Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All righty. We are back. Where's Bitcoin at? Up 1.3%. It's over $42,000. Let's go. Let's climb. I'm waiting, man. I'm waiting on this, man. ApeCoin down to 15.03. It was up to $17. So look out. ApeCoin's another one you may want to get in. It's another one that might be good down the line. You never know. Let's see. What else do we have? Dude, that commercial when she comes out of at the tech at the end for Peyton Manning's bowling alley thing piqued my interest. Oh yeah, that's a good one. It's game time. And by the way, this guy is the perfect one to be the guy that gives you the shoes. What's his name? God, what's Buscemi, right? He's perfect to be the guy that gives you the shoes. Yeah. There's gonna be a showdown. I love it. Yeah, Peyton Manning, Jimmy Butler's in that commercial, Serena, all of that. Yeah, that's a cool commercial. I like that one. I can go with that one. What's the holdup for Baker Mayfield going to a new team? Baker Mayfield. Steve Buscemi. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Why do I have to be Mr. Pink? Right? Wasn't Buscemi Mr. Pink in Reservoir Dogs, right? Was it Reservoir Dogs? Yeah, it is Reservoir Dogs, right? Why do I have to be Mr. Pink? Why couldn't I get Mr. Orange or Blue? You're Mr. Pink. That's the end of the story. You're Mr. Pink. All right, let's talk a little Okie. David Dwork, baby, does an excellent job of covering the Panthers for WPLG. And, of course, you got to subscribe to his podcast, Chirpin' the Cats. Yeah, he follows the Panthers. We follow him following the Panthers. Next.
Time for the Lockdown segment with Florida Panthers insider David Dwork. This lockdown is brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com. Here's WPLG Local 10 insider David Dwork.
Is the man, the myth, the legend, David Dwork. Follow him on Twitter at David Dwork. And David, I just want you to know that my old ladies from Hialeah came through last night, bro. I dialed it up. I don't know what kind of things they sacrificed, but I told them, hey, let's go. We need the Shango. We need the Black Magic. You got to work it against the Avalanche. And guess what? We released the Kraken last night. I love it. It all set up for tonight.
The Kraken are giant killers this year. They beat the Panthers. They beat the Avalanche. Look at Seattle.
Yeah, man. I love it, dude. It was 3-1 in the first period. So they didn't score another goal for the rest of the game.
No, they put it on lockdown. Just like our segment. It went on lockdown.
Yeah, it went on lockdown. Exactly. Our alennylocksmith.com segment right here. And so I woke up this morning because I didn't stay up for the game, and I saw that it stayed at 3-2, and I was like, damn, that is so good. Because they do play a harder schedule than the Panthers do down the stretch. And look, tonight's a perfect example. You lose to the Kraken tonight. You got the Red Wings, and it is. I don't know if the President's Cup is that important to them, but I think in a season where you want to win your fan base over, it'd be pretty cool to have the home ice advantage in every series. So 4 of the 7 will be played at FLA Live Arena.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, like when you talk to Andrew Burnett, when you talk to the players, like they're all kind of playing it off like, yeah, it's something that would be cool and we'd like to get it because we want to win every game, but it's not a goal like, winning a playoff series or winning the Stanley Cup is a goal. But to your point, it would be very cool for the fans down here to be able to put up a big banner in FLA Live Arena that says President's Trophy winners for 2020, 2021. It's an accomplishment, no doubt. And it's just another thing. I mean, the more that this season has kind of gotten towards the end, Orlando, and that kind of I've reflected on things a little bit, this might be as good as the Panthers could be. This could be, a potential dynasty. Who knows? They're going to be good for a while.
Oh, yeah.
But this season is ridiculous. This season could end up being the best season in franchise history for a long time. And that's not to say that they're not going to be good for years to come, but it's ridiculously remarkable what they've put together. And this winning streak that they're on right now has only kind of brought it to an entire another level.
Yeah, no, listen, if they could get to the cup, obviously it'll become the greatest season of all time because of what you've done on the ice in the regular season, which, dwarfs what that other team did in 96. And just looking at this team, they're way better than 96. The only thing in 96 you have over this team is Beezer. That's the only thing that you have over these two guys, because Beezer was just a freaking wall. And that's a whole different ballgame. But outside of that, this is the best team they've ever had. But I'll take it another step. This is going to be one of the greatest sports seasons ever in South Florida sports history. We don't carry hockey with the same kind of love that we carry football and now basketball. So obviously, when we look at, the big 3 time and we look at the 72 perfect season and all that, those are going to be up there, no doubt. This might be right behind those two eras right there of sports in this town. That's how good this team is. It's not just a great Panther team. This might be one of the greatest seasons in South Florida sports history.
Yeah, it's a great point. Just kind of thinking back over the years, like even some of the great teams that we've had, the fun runs that we've had, there haven't been like iconic, like you talk about the 72, 73 Dolphins, back-to-back Super Bowls, iconic. The 4 years that we had the big 3, 4 straight finals, iconic, memorable. Potentially, this team is built for that kind of possible run.
That's my point.
Is it going to happen? We don't know. But I'm just kind of thinking back as we're having this conversation to teams that even had that potential to possibly get there. I mean, you can kind of say the same conversation because just think Dolphins since the 80s. Maybe some of the Marino teams were good enough to go to a Super Bowl, but you're not thinking longevity. You're going year by year.
Right.
The Heat, they had the big 3. The Marlins,
lightning in a bottle.
Yeah.
1 years. Yeah.
So the Panthers, they could really carve out a little spot on the South Florida Mount Rushmore of best teams ever if this comes to fruition the way it has so far this year, at least. So that's a good call by you.
Yeah, no, it's just that's why I've been telling fans this for several weeks, and get your ass on the bandwagon and appreciate this every single night, because what you don't realize is this is incredibly special at the NHL level. Plenty of cities around are looking at Florida going, damn, dude, that's a hell of a team. That's a nasty team. And, listen, the other thing that's changed also, David, when you watch television now, and I'm talking about whether it's the NHL channel or if you watch some kind of a hockey show somewhere, the respect that is there for Florida now, I've never seen this ever in my life.
It's cool.
Right. It's
cool.
It's a healthy respect. Like, it's a feared respect. Like, that's a hell of a team. To beat those guys, it's near impossible practically. That's the way they look at it. And I like that. That's pretty cool.
That's the good thing about this Panthers team is that regardless of who they play, what day it is, if it's a back-to-back, home, away, like they're bringing the same effort, the same compete. They're busting their ass every practice, every game. They're holding each other, like all the things that you want to hear from guys, holding each other accountable, doing it for your, like look at the other game, right? The perfect example, Sasha Barkov gets a hat trick. They win 3-2. Barkov could go 2 or 3 games without a goal and they'll still win. And that's the difference in past years. In past years, if Barkov or Huberdeau didn't have a big game, they're probably not winning that game.
Right.
Now, Barkov and Huberdeau, if they could go a game or 2 without scoring, no big deal. I mean, granted, they haven't. I mean, Huberdeau's been a machine this year, but just that's why they've scored so many goals, because everybody's producing, everybody's contributing, everybody's lifting each other up. Ekblad goes down, no worries. We'll bring up Gus Forsling to the top unit, and he'll take over producing like a madman. It's just, you hear about the next man up mentality. This guy, 4 lines of next man up mentality with this Panthers team. It's been really fun.
Vetrano kicks ass, and we trade him the next night. And he was clutch since they acquired Vetrano. He was always, what's it, Johnny on the spot. He was always the dude making the right play at the right time, scoring at the right time. He was a terrific addition from the second they added him. And it sucked to let him go, but it shows you how deep this team is. Reminds me a lot of the Heat this year. Here's Oladipo and Markieff Morris sitting at the end of the bench going, "Hey guys, can we play?" And it's it's amazing. Like Duncan Robinson goes off one night and then the next night he can't even score because there's not enough basketballs to go around. That's how sick this Panther team is. So let me turn it on you now. Huberdeau and Barkov, easily best players on the team. So who's the next guy that you would call the MVP? If you didn't call Barkov or Huberdeau the MVPs, who's the MVP after that?
Of this season? Because obviously,
this season. Okay, all right.
He's the first name that comes to mind. But outside of Barkov and Huberdeau,
names. I was thinking there's several names you can put there after the top two guys that you can make arguments. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think the first guy that pops to my mind is Sam Reinhart. He's been so consistent. He's been contributing whatever line he's been on. He's been great on the power play, and he's been doing it really quietly. So, aside from those two, but I mean, you could
Duclair?
Duclair he's been spectacular. Just like Reinhardt on any point, he's on special teams. Anton Lundell if he hadn't have gotten hurt, he'd be in the Rookie of the Year conversation. I mean, you can make an argument for Sam Bennett. Very solid as a center. Carter Verhaeghe is another. I mean, really, you could just kind of go down the list. Mason Marchment, if he'd been in the lineup for a full 82 games, this is another guy that's producing at a nearly point per game rate. So it's just like the hits just keep on coming with this team. Like you shut down one guy, there's another four that are going to come and smack you in the side of your other face. So it's like, pick your poison.
That's why I wanted to ask you, because I was thinking about this while I'm watching. I'm going, obviously the two monsters, but then you start looking around and going, man, I can make an argument for a couple of guys that, man, after those top two guys, there's a bunch of guys that are so important to this team and they help out in so many different ways. It's just one of those. That's why this team is where it's at, because Gudas, I understand that he's not the offensive threat, but if you really think about what he brings to the table and what he's provided, the elements that he provides besides the physicality and the confidence that he also gives others around him because of his presence, I could argue with him too. You know what I'm saying? I could say, he's kind of an MVP too in the way he means so much. Because, man, think about this. And you know me, I've been complaining about it for years. I hated watching our Panthers get our asses kicked all the time and get pushed around. Since you brought in Gudas and the boys, there is no pushing around anymore. They're doing the pushing if there's any pushing to be done.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head right there with Radko Gudas. He and Patrick Hornquist, I think, are the two most important behind-the-scenes guys on this team for the last couple of years. When they brought first thing Zito did, first move he made after he became GM was acquiring Patrick Hornquist. And you talk to a lot of guys behind the scenes, and they all point to Hornquist. How he's the guy every practice, every morning, every gym workout, whatever they're doing. He's the guy that not only is he giving it everything he has, but he's pushing everyone else around him to give it everything they have. He's getting everybody to he basically said, look, I've won 2 Stanley Cups. I know what it takes. You want to get there, follow my lead. Radko Gudas came behind him, another guy who's amazing behind the scenes. But like you said, he gives them that element on the ice that this team isn't getting pushed around. This team, you're not going to take a cheap shot against the Panthers player and get away with it. You're not going to take an extra swipe at the goalie and not get a glove in your face. That's something that was missing from this team when they traded Eric Branson a few years back. And it's something that they hadn't recaptured since they brought in Hornquist, since they brought in Gudas. Mackenzie Weeder is another one that's a big part of that. And it's just, again, it's a brothership, Orlando. These guys, they really are a band of brothers. They get each other's back. It's been a great thing to see. And we're lucky here in South Florida that it's our team, finally, that we get to say these things and watch this awesomeness about.
I'm with you there. ALennyLocksmith.com, folks. You get locked out of your home, locked out of your car. You call ALennyLocksmith.com. They'll get you back into your home or your car. You lose your keys. You need new keys. You need them programmed for your car. They do all of that. 24-hour locksmith, residential and commercial. Call them. Tell them that Big O sent you. 855-869-5625. All throughout South Florida, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. We have also locations in Orlando and in Tampa, and even one in Phoenix, Arizona. So it is growing. ALennyLocksmith.com. By the way, what are you working on there at WPLG and Chirping the Cats podcast? Tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, I actually just posted a new story about an hour or so ago about Sam Bennett. We are just talking about him. Can you believe it's only been a year? It's just been like a few days more than a year since the Panthers got Sam Bennett in a trade. Wow. And he went from, basically like a first round bust in Calgary, not producing, skating on the fourth line, trade, rumors swirling. He's come to the Panthers and he's like, oh yeah, this is a 4th overall pick, and he's playing like it.
Right.
So it's pretty cool. It's been a year since he got traded, so I just kind of wrote a little story about that. He spoke after the morning skate today, and he basically said, I feel free since coming to Florida. I don't have any pressure. I can just be confident, not worry about making mistakes, and we've seen how his game has grown by leaps and bounds. So that I just put up on Local 10. I posted a new podcast last week on just kind of the state of the Panthers, the goaltending situation, Huberdeau's hot streak. And I should have another one in the next week or two, depending on the Panther schedule. I'm going to sit down with a player, I don't want to say who, before the playoffs start and catch up on things. So I'm hoping that'll go down in the next week or so. It all depends on what the Panthers practice schedule is. But a lot of fun things in the works. Oh, and look, around the corner, 6 games left, baby. We got the playoffs.
I can't wait, bro.
Oh, I'm so excited.
The best playoffs in all of pro sports is the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yes,
Follow
sir.
him on Twitter at David Dwork. Catch his work, like I just said, at WPLG, covering the Panthers. And, of course, his podcast, Exceptional, Chirping the Cats, baby. As always, David, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you immensely. We'll catch up next week.
Be well, my friend. It's always a pleasure.
You got it. There you go. The great David Dwork. And make sure you call A. Lenny Locksmith if you get locked out. 855-869-5625.
This has been the Florida Panthers Lockdown segment, brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Call 855-869-5625 or go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
All righty, we back. Officer Joe Nito is kind of joining us now. Let's see if we got a better connection. How you doing today?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, dude, we can hear you. We can see you. There's no freezing right now. I like it. There you go. You're away from that big ass antenna at your building. All right. I like that. So how you feeling? You feeling good?
Yeah. I'm off today, so I figured I got to make up for yesterday.
I got you. So you got your Dodgers shirt, huh? So you're a big time Dodgers fan?
Well, they gave me my opportunity, so I'll continue to root for them.
Right. And for those of you that don't know, Officer Nito was a former professional baseball player. So how far did you go in the Dodger organization?
I got up to AA with the Dodgers and AAA with the Nationals.
Nice. That is nice. Now, what's the difference between AAA and AA? Because we hear like more of the younger talent is in AA, and then kind of the older guys that are closer to the majors or have gone and coming back. Is that basically what makes AAA?
So yeah, normally they keep their like prospects in AA, and AAA are guys with big league time already that have been moving up and down, maybe lose options, so now they're stuck in AAA. But AAA, that was a great experience.
Except for the bed bugs, of course. Oh, we froze up. We're frozen. Oh, no signal. No signal again. Wait a minute. You got it now?
Yeah, you got me now?
Okay, all right. There we go. All right. So it looks better now. So with baseball now, do you follow the Marlins at all since you are a baseball guy?
I do follow Marlins. Believe it or not, 1997, I was a bat boy for the visiting clubhouse.
Really? Wow.
So
I
game
was
6 and 7, I was on the Indian side, but I was working for the Marlins.
Okay, that's interesting. I was the reporter for QAM in those days, and I was covering the team.
Yeah, I remember. Also, that same year, I was bat boying the game where Levon pitched.
Oh yes, of course. Sure.
And I'm telling you right now, man, he got some pitches far outside and inside.
Oh yeah. Well, remember that was Kevin Gregg,
Correct. Yes.
Former umpire. And I always joked that his strike zone was as big as his ass.
Oh God!
If you remember, he was like a 350-pound dude.
He was a big
So,
boy. Yeah, he was.
yeah, so he was a big boy. Hey, like, I'm fat too, bro. I could, fat people can talk about fat people, and he had an ass that was about the size of a giant screen television. So yeah, that was his strike zone, basically. I know he's no longer with us, I believe.
Yeah.
So rest in peace, Kevin Gregg there. But yeah, he helped Levon.
I remember the hitters coming back to the dugout, cursing, screaming, and obviously from the angle where I was sitting, I couldn't really tell like inside and outside.
Right.
But I remember later on, I was watching videos and I was like, "Wow, that's they really gave him that one."
Yeah,
hey, Marlins won the World Series, so it worked out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there, dude. I mean, it took 11 innings to finally win that one.
Yeah.
In the end, as Craig Counsell crossed the and I tell you that day. So it gets to that point, and we go downstairs, and we're in that alley that's in the middle of the field where all the trucks come in and out to get onto the field and all that.
Out in center field?
Yeah, out in center field, that middle part, because we had to see the game.
Right.
Because there was no TV in those days. They didn't have TVs inside all over the place and all. It wasn't like that at that point yet. Like it is now that there's TVs everywhere you walk in a stadium nowadays, in and out all over. So you never miss anything whatsoever. That wasn't like that. So we had to physically, hey, we need to watch the game. And so we were all standing there watching, waiting until we saw the end of the game. We saw the hit and Crownso, and then we all ran over to the locker room to kind of wait for everybody to come over. And obviously that's where I got doused with I remember that day. I leave the clubhouse. And dude, I am drenched in champagne.
Yeah.
So the next thing I have to do, okay, is go to the station to go put the sound in the machine. And back then it was carts, by the way. It was carts still in those days. And dude, you're an officer. The last thing I want is an officer to pull me over on the way to the studio or on the way home, and he's going to go, "You smell like alcohol."
Yeah, I was celebrating a World Series. I'm drenched. Of course I do.
Yeah, but he's not going to believe that. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not going to believe that early on. And, so it's like, and
there's no Uber back then either.
No, there's no Uber, none of that stuff.
Yeah.
But I didn't get pulled over, thank the Lord. I made sure that I was following the letter of the law the whole way, bro. I made sure I didn't make a mistake. Because, the other thing is, it's like 3 a.m. by the time I'm going home.
Yeah, I remember I had to go to school the next day.
Right. And so, there aren't a lot of cars on the road. So obviously you stand out like a turd in a punch bowl. So I had to make sure I didn't screw up and get pulled over because I was drenched. I did that for the Heat one too, for the Zoe, Wade, Shaq championship in Dallas.
Right?
Yeah, 06.
Yeah.
I was in Dallas covering them when they won, and I was drenched. But that day we had a media bus, so I didn't have to.
Great.
Yeah, I didn't have to worry about that. And by the way, Officer Nito told us once about a story where he had to, in the minors, he was sleeping in a room where it was full of bed bugs, and the hotel was sold out, so they couldn't get him another room. So he was sitting in a corner. That's how he slept, because he couldn't even sleep on the bed that was full of bed bugs, and the whole place is full of bugs. Oh, I love that. All right, so tell me a little bit about now being a baseball fan for you. How long ago, how far removed are you from the minors now?
The last time I was affiliated was in 08. I played 1 year in Italy in 09. So it's been like 13 years. It's been a while.
Do you get frustrated that players aren't as multiple anymore, that they can't lay down bunts nearly as much? They don't know how to hit to opposite field?
Well, everything's become so like specific. Like everything's a shift now. Well, you're watching TV, everybody, they're looking like you got the whole left side of the field open. I think Rizzo did it the other day when he laid down the bunt for the Yankees. It's like if people continue to, I get the point of the shift. Make them do what you want, not what he wants to do. So you got the whole left side open. like hit the ball that way. You're a big league hitter.
Right. Find a way to pull it. Yeah, I'm with you there. And that's the, because I think about, growing up, and it's like you weren't going to do that to certain hitters. Like, you're going to make Tony Gwynn hit to a field you want? No,
Right.
you're not going to do that, dude. I'm sorry. He's not
Right.
going to allow you to do that. Lou Piniella is he's not going to come off the bench and hit where you want to. No, he's going to hit where he needs to hit because he can do those kind of things.
Right.
And it's just one of those things that even laying a bunt, dude,
Right.
it is difficult for hitters nowadays to lay down a bunt. That is something that was normal. Stealing bases. That's,
It's a different game, yeah.
Yeah, so
Even pitching.
How do you feel about the game you watch now? Because it drives my ass crazy. To be
So
quite
look, I'm a 90s guy. I grew up in the 90s, so I, watched the 90 Marlins, the Yankees, you had guys, leadoff guys get on base. The 2-hole guy, moves them over. The 3-hole guy is the best hitter. But the pitchers, since I was a pitcher, everything is so specific. Like, you got a guy that could go 5 innings. Then you got the holder, the closer. Like, every guy is used specifically for like one job now.
Man, thank Tony La Russa.
Yeah.
You
He's still got a job. He's still around.
Yeah. You ever busted him DUI? Because he
No.
does that too. Okay,
I met
all right.
him once. He was a nice guy. He was with the Cardinals. Same
Was he,
year
so-
that Bad
was he
Boy.
sober? Was he sober?
Yeah. He was.
Okay.
He was fine that night.
Okay. All right. I still remember the story of him being pulled over. Well, he wasn't pulled over because he was asleep at a light, and the car was running. He just had his foot sleeping on the brake, and it's like, whoa, dude, you are wasted when that happens. Holy crap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So how do you guys, what's the hardest part about handling a DUI?
DUI. Look, everybody makes mistakes.
Of course.
You drink, you want to drive home. I get it. But you're also putting your life, other people's life in danger. Now, today, the past, 5-6 years, there's really no excuse. I mean, you have taxis, you have Ubers, you have Lyfts. So, hey, you got 10, 20 bucks, you call a cab, you call an Uber, you call a Lyft, you go home. You pick up your car tomorrow. So,
yeah, you had the money to get wasted, right?
there you go. Yeah, you got
you got your
$20
shit.
for a drink now. You could get an Uber home.
Right, exactly. If not, find a credit card. You can leave it and charge it on there. That way you can go. And by the way, in the end, it's going to be a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Because those DUI cases, oh my God, you're spending thousands,
Yep,
bro.
yep.
Thousands. And it doesn't end well more often than not. Not only
No,
are you
yeah.
going to spend a lot of money, it's not going to end in your favor. You know what I'm saying?
You lose your license for a little bit, then you got to get like hardship. I can only drive to work, so it's not worth it. You spend the $20, get a ride home, and get home safe, and that'll be the end.
Officer Nito, what was your motivation to serve the community?
So I stopped playing baseball. My parents, they used to own a restaurant, so that was an idea, Italian restaurant, to take that over. And my dad was like, "Look, we were already here 25 years. You kind of lived through it too. Try to do something else." So I applied to become a police officer. Fort Lauderdale was one of the police departments, and they hired me.
That's awesome. Okay.
So cool story with that.
But is it what you expected, or is it more than what you expected?
It's changed. When I first started, I started 2010. So, now we have body cams. That's come around the past few years. But look, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, you do the right things. Who cares? You got a body cam, big deal.
Right.
Even without the body cam, wherever you go, anywhere, there's cameras.
Yes.
So,
amen. That's right. There's a digital imprint of you everywhere you go, man.
It's common sense. You got to have common sense. People got to have common sense. That's really what it comes down to.
By the way, they are hiring at the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. What is your favorite part about being a police officer?
95% of the time we have great interactions with the community. And I think that's the number one thing people don't really see. They always see the stuff on the internet, the bad things, the news, look at this guy. Okay, fine. But there's people that we help. We go to a house and, people lesser need, we try to help them out, try to get them some help with the services, whether it's, DCF or, there's a number you could call 211. It's almost like a 411, but 211, they give you services like a rundown of, women in distress or homeless shelter, or if you're drug abuse or whatever it is, it'll help you route you where you need to go.
That is awesome.
So, my life experience, restaurant, baseball, whatever, I've always dealt with people. So I like interacting with anybody, anywhere, anytime. It's fun for me.
Let me ask you something, because you have the body cams, right?
Right.
So when you do these kind of things, why don't you guys put them out on social media, man, so people can see all that stuff? Because I follow you guys on social media, and you do put a lot of still pictures of things that you guys are doing in the community, but those kind of videos would be cool to put out, and people get to see you guys in a different light. Because unfortunately, dude, every time we talk about a cop or deal with a cop, it has to be something bad that we're talking about because somebody did something bad. So there's the police obviously doing their job.
Right.
And that's kind of what we always see the police involved, because that's usually what they're. But on the good stuff, why not use that video cam to help you guys and show people a lot of the good stuff that you do in the community?
So we have PIO, like public information officers. They're the ones that kind of put that out there whenever either we need help finding someone or
Right.
helping somebody. So they're out there like kind of like the face of the police department. Now, for me personally, I don't do the job to look for accolades.
Of course not. Yeah.
I don't need to say, hey, I helped somebody out. Well, that's what I'm getting paid for. It's my job. I'm supposed to help people. So
Sure.
I don't see it as, hey, look at me. I did my job and I move on to the next thing.
I'm with you there. It's just.
But we know there's a lot of people out there that appreciate us. We get always, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. We appreciate what you do. And that's very, nice that we get that still.
It's just kind of tough for me, at least, because I get to deal with a lot of you guys and ladies out there, and there's a lot of great cops. And I know we have a couple of bad ones, like we have bad broadcasters and bad lawyers and bad
Any
judges.
job.
Every job we have a group of bad people. But
More amplified with us because we're supposed to be held higher standard.
Exactly. And it gets amplified.
Yeah.
And so that's why at times I think we need to show more of the good stuff so we can show the balance, because there's too much imbalance is my problem with it. And that's the thing. And I know that most officers are really good people and mean well, just like our fire department, just like our teachers. We know there's bad teachers, but most teachers, man, are great. They're phenomenal.
Yeah.
They mean well, you know what I mean? And so it's just one of those things that I wish you could see more of that side a little bit. So
we're like everybody else. We're normal people, sports fans. We have families.
Hey, you're a Dodger fan, not a Marlin fan. So, not everything is perfect, but it's all right. We'll let you slide with that. Did you hear me?
You got me?
Yeah, did you get my last one there? I said, you're a Dodger fan, so the world isn't perfect. You're not a Marlin fan, but we'll deal with that. It's all right. We'll deal with that. You're freezing now? The whole interview was great. He froze now? The entire interview was fantastic. Is he back? Officer Nito, are you there?
I can't hear.
He can't hear. He can't hear. All right. Well, that was Officer Joe Nito of the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. FLPDjobs.com. Check it out. If you're looking to become an officer, please join the FLPD department, the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. And let me see. Let's try one more time. Let's see if he's back there.
I'm back. Of course, okay. I'm home on my phone. People got a message and walk in front of the camera and
right. Well, just to wrap it up, I was just going to say that you're human and all that, and you're not perfect, but you're a Dodger fan, so you know we know you're
Look,
not
I
perfect. You could have been a
grew up-
Marlins fan, but you ended up a Dodger fan. God,
I grew up liking the Yankees because there was no team here initially.
that's right.
Then the Marlins came, so of course I got to root for the Marlins. That's the home team.
That's right. Then you
But-
left.
And then the Dodgers, you know, they gave me my opportunity, so you know I got to root for them. Oh, one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why was Kershaw pulled throwing a perfect game? That's all I want to say.
Oh no, it's 80 pitches, bro. You cannot not in the second week of the season. You cannot do it to an injury-prone guy who had off-season surgery.
I know.
The right move. It was
I
the
understand.
right move.
But
right move.
as a pitcher, you're there. You're like, how often do you have a chance to be perfect through 7 innings? So
I know, but you're Clayton Kershaw, bro. Do you really
he
need
said
it?
the right thing. He's like, you know,
Uh-huh.
I didn't pick up a baseball until January. He goes, the manager did the right thing. All right, that's fine.
He did the right thing. He's already won the World Series. He's already been in the pinnacle. He doesn't need, you know, a second week. And by the way, I hate to say this now, Officer Norito. Are you ready for this?
Let's hear it.
Are you ready for this? You need to sit down for this.
All right.
Okay? No hitters and perfect games are not as big anymore.
Wow.
They happen more often now. You saw how many times it happened last year because of what we talked about.
Yeah.
The hitting sucks nowadays.
Well,
You know,
they're
now-
not hitting for average.
Now,
They
now you
want-
hit 260 and you're a genius. You're awesome if you hit 260 nowadays. I mean, it's crazy, bro. You know, I know perfect game is a little harder, but
Yeah.
no hitters were like common. So like it's not a big thing anymore. And you know what's the worst thing that's turned out? We used to cut into no hitters 20, 30 years ago. ESPN would cut into any no hitter that was
I remember
going
that.
on, bro. And nowadays we don't even care about it. It doesn't even make the front page, nothing. And then now because of the hitting, it all of a sudden no hitters started popping up left and right. And so that's why I say it's kind of taken it's lost its
Yeah,
luck.
it's changed. I mean, that's what I mean. But when you ask me what's the difference, it's kind of stuff like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. Officer Norito, thank you, my man. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me. Good
Great
seeing you again.
baseball talk, too. Thank you, my friend.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate you. You got it. FLPDjobs.com if you're looking for a great job with the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. I like it. Did you see Saban, by the way? Before I go, I got to talk about this before I go. Saban, he, he's not big on what's going on with the NILs, right? Which is kind of weird because Alabama, you know. But this is Saban, okay, talking about NIL and the players. This is awesome. Saban spoke at a team-focused charity event in Mobile on Tuesday. He talked with reporters about NIL, and he said Saban's trying to illustrate the point that players shouldn't think just short-term about how much money they can make off NIL endorsement deals while in college. Rather, he thinks they should think long-term about how they can make in the future from going to a premier program like Alabama where they can develop. Somebody gave me a stat. Our players have made $1.7 billion playing in the NFL since 2007. $1.7 billion in total money, said Saban, since Alabama coach. That's quite a stat. John Calipari would be proud. So, Saban doesn't want you to think about NILs. Meanwhile, okay, on Alabama, let's say 10% of the players are making it to the NFL. Everywhere else, it's less than 2%. So, the kid that is a star high school player and a star college player, but probably not a draft pick or undrafted, so that kid's supposed to pass up a couple $100,000 that he can make or $500,000 for 4 or 5 years that he's in school? No. That $500,000 might be able to pay off for his mom's house. Student loans. He's probably on a scholarship. But whatever. It doesn't matter. Even if he isn't, maybe his sister needs an operation. Maybe his mom struggles to pay the damn rent every month. I love how Nick Saban and his $11 million salary, he can sit on his high horse and tell these kids that he's been milking and abusing for years, like every other college coach in the history of time, not just Nick Saban. Every other college coach has been using and abusing these kids for years. And I used to be really stupid 20 years ago when I used to say, well, they get an education. And that was so naive on my part because most of those kids aren't going for an education. It's a technical college for them. The kid with the backpack that came out of the dorm eating cold pizza, it's a college for him. It's a technical college for a lot of these football players. Why? Because they're just going to play football because they want to get to the NFL, because they got this crap in their heads that they think they're all going to the NFL. So take the NIL money while it's there. Help your family. Nick Saban's family is perfect and fine. Okay? If you make it to the NFL, guess what? You'll make more money. But if you don't make it to the NFL, at least you made some money. I mean, this high horse approach on his part, it's ridiculous, dude. When you're pulling kids out of cities and houses that there's 10 of them living in that house, half of them don't have good shoes to wear, and you're telling that kid he shouldn't take NIL money? Get the hell out of here, bro. Get out of my face.
Meanwhile, you're flying in on helicopters.
Yeah.
And everything else. You saw Jay White too, right? What happened?
Yeah. Jay Wright?
Jay Wright.
Yeah, he retired.
He resigned.
Yeah.
Because he also said that the way the sport, what do you say? The environment of the sport has changed.
Yeah. In other words, the translation, I no longer get McDonald's All-Americans anymore. I can't get the top-notch players. Now they're all going to the G League, and the few that are left, well, maybe there are NIL deals, and Villanova, we're not giving them out.
Yeah, and also some of the big donors, which I'm not sure how many big donors they have met to try to keep them there.
Right.
But obviously they didn't have enough to where he said,
Right.
It's not worth it.
Right, it's not worth it. Yeah, because it's a different game now.
Yeah.
Now you got to buy the players.
Especially in basketball where
Yeah. But the Kentuckys and the North Carolinas and the Dukes and all that they were, all the McDonald's All-Americans were rolling in. They're not rolling in anymore. Now they're going to the G League and taking the money right away. So, yeah, I get what's going on. He's 60, by the way. That's the other thing that I saw, and I didn't realize he was 60. I still remember the young, GQ-looking Jay Wright coming into the league in Villanova years ago. And I still have like that memory in my mind that he's still young. You know what I'm saying? And when I read the article and I read that he's 60, and I'm like, well, I'm 55. So yeah, time flies, dude. I didn't realize that. Yeah, he's grown up and gotten old just like me. You know what I'm saying? 60 years old. But yeah, I just saw the Nick Saban quote and I just like, please, bro, please just, these kids, they need to take advantage of every moment that they can. Okay. That's the key. All right. We thank Anthony Chang, Alan Poupart, Marcel Louis Jacques, David Dwork, Officer Joe Narito, Steve Calabro, all the great people. Also JD Martinez. Man, we had a lot. We talked to a lot of people today. Holy crap. I didn't realize that we had that many people today on the show. So what were we doing? Nearly 5 hours yesterday, right? Or something? 5 hours yesterday? 5 hours yesterday. Close to 4 hours today. Yeah, you're not going to get that anywhere. So I appreciate all of you out there keeping it locked and supporting us any way that you do. Big O, have you ever wore pigtails with your long hair? Pigtails? Willie Molina. I guess he can't make fun of my chin anymore. I guess he's not making fun of my second chin because it's kind of gone now since I've lost some weight. Hey, it works, by the way. Eating once a day in a 1 hour, you fast for 20, eat for 4. Just saying. Can you do that, Sean? Can you pull that off? You don't want to. You got to try. You got to first go.
It just makes me feel like the 20 hours of not eating is just boring.
I get it. Hey, listen, I'm a fat guy too, bro. So I love food as much as you do.
Also, my problem too is like when I'm editing and audio, you're listening to the sound and stuff. You just grab, yeah.
I've
gotten better though. I've gotten like peppers and things like that, like vegetables now.
Good.
Instead of just Cheetos and cheese puffs and Chex Mix and.
You got to try the fasting, but fast for 10 hours, then fast for 11, then fast for 12, then, work your way up is what you got to do. That's the only way that, like, if you've never done it, that's the only way. I flat out just started fasting, and I started fasting 20 hours a day. I didn't
tell you, I don't know that it's worth it.
Huh? Well,
Yeah, I don't know that's worth it.
It's probably not, but I got to lose the weight, bro. I got to lose the weight. I need to lose the weight. I got to lose the weight. It's got to go. Got to go. Have to. This time around, I have to stick to it, and I have to get rid of it. I am looking forward to my food now.
Yeah, I mean, I would too. If you've been gone for 20 hours.
Yeah, 20 hours.
Yeah.
20 hours straight of no food, man. Just water. Well, I did have a little honey and lime. That's about it. That's been my only food, I guess, for the last few hours. But yeah, 20 hours, baby. What was that?
Ian says, eat only once a day, too. I'm 6'3", 220.
Yeah, that's a lot of people are doing that, man.
I haven't been 220 since elementary school.
I lost a lot of weight that way. Samuel, by the way, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate you, man. Very nice of you. Thank you for supporting our show, as always, as you guys always do here. So thank you. I saw that on Cash App now before we go away. I want to make sure we check the Cash App and the Venmo just in case, because I know at Cash Big O Show, you all make some donations there. So thank you all out there. Why don't you wear halter tops more? There you go, halter top and some pigtails. That sounds like pretty good right there. Big O, use the Himalayan pink salt in your water. Oh, I don't understand. What does the Himalayan pink salt do to you? I don't know what the hell that is. I mean, I don't know what that means, bro. I have no idea. Eating pink salt? I'm going to be thirsty all freaking day if I'm eating salt, bro. Dougie Fresh says, I haven't weighed 220 since elementary school, quoting you. Damn, Sean.
You know what the funny part about the whole thing is?
Oh, remember, he's a wrestler.
No, but here we go. I'm going to go. When I graduated high school, I weighed 140 pounds.
Really?
I was 140.
Wow.
I went in the military, started working out and everything else, and I ballooned. I put on muscle. I started working out, eating differently with the meals they give you. I ended up putting on almost 80 pounds.
Wow. Dude, you went from 140
to 220 when I left when I left the military. I was 200.
But you were skinny,
I was
bro.
217 when I left the military.
Wow, because 140 is skinny in high school.
Oh no, I was very skinny.
Yeah,
and I played a halfback position like my hero Jim Jensen.
Wow,
because
okay.
I could quarterback and then I played tight end, but all I usually did was stand in the way of people because they could just pick me up and move me where they wanted to position me. So I just stood in the way. I stood in the way, and that was my blocking. I was the Mike Gesicki route.
Damn, Sean was 140 pounds in senior in high school.
Yep.
Wow.
And then I put on the weight when I started working out and doing actually more exercise. I put on more weight and good weight, and I ballooned up to 220. Which my wrestling coach in high school always told me, if you eat, you have a body type to where if you eat and you could put on good weight and have a structure to be a good tight end.
So he was right.
He was 100% right.
Well, that's crazy, man. Well, Sean has to make weight for wrestling commentary. That's true. That is true. You do have to make weight for wrestling commentary. So yeah, that's very important. Big O, there's a lot of reaction videos on YouTube by very young people disconcerting 80s movies and songs. It's a beautiful thing. Yes. Oh, discovering. I'm sorry. Yes. I've seen that over and over again. I've seen people listening to rock music and all that. Yeah, I've seen that. Big O, haven't been on in a while. Don't know if you mentioned how your house is doing. Hope everything is well. The house is fine. It's the wall that's destroyed. And we're waiting for Progressive to do their job so we can start, trying to build that wall back again. That's all. That's what we're trying to do. That's it. So we are waiting on Progressive. Please, Progressive, help us. My dogs don't have a backyard. You know what it is? We got to walk our dogs in a leash in our backyard. Think about that. Just let that marinate in your mind. You can't open the back door and let your dogs loose to go do their business because they'll run right out of a hole that's in the wall. Well, a giant hole. I think the hole is about, I don't know, about 25 feet long. You know what I mean? But it's just like, yeah, damn, dude. And we haven't picked up anything. All the destruction is there because we're waiting for this stupid progressive person to come and see it. Take the stupid pictures. We send them our pictures, but it's like we're waiting for them to come see the damage. You see, because there were chunks of concrete that flew and hit the wall of our house, and it chipped off pieces of the wall. Because think about it, these are 50, 70, 90-pound slabs of concrete flying in the air. So it hit the wall, it hit our wall, the house of the wall, and it busted up the wall like in chunks. Like it didn't break down the wall or anything, but it took off little chunks of it that it has to be fixed in order to be painted because we're going to paint the whole house. I am looking for a painting company. So if you are a painting company and you're interested in doing our home, 786-754-4664. Got to be insured, by the way. I am not hiring a company that is not insured. Do not do business. So if you're Pepe or John or Brian or Alberto or Pierre, okay, and you're painting out there, and God bless you, but if you're not insured, don't call because you can't do that. I ain't putting you on my roof or anywhere on my home if you're not insured. 786-754-4664 if you want to be a sponsor of our program also. That's our business line. When's the next wrestling show? Perfect Q is asking. Tonight?
10 o'clock tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. Friday night, 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
All right? So there you go. Oh, if I build a temporary fence for your dogs out of used tires, will you and Sean do a Pensacola Fairground show? We have some talent here. Yeah, of course I would. If you fix my wall, at least temporarily, where my dogs can have their backyard again, yeah, I would do anything. I'll do anything for my dogs, bro. Anything. Anything for my dogs to, be comfortable. That's why they all live inside. They only go outside to do their business and maybe play a little bit, but they're inside hanging out with us, man. Big O, love that sense of humor. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Would you let Brian Flores paint your house? No. No, because he'd only paint his hate for Tua. And I don't need somebody that hates Tua painting, I hate Tua. I hate that. My whole house would be, I hate Tua. Like all over it. That's it. And then I've got the homeowners, people pissed off at me. Why don't you paint your house as a color? Why do you have sentences all over and it's the same sentence? And, it's like one of those things. Remember when the teacher would get pissed at you and make you write like a sentence 500 times over? That's exactly what Flo would do to me. I hate Tua. I hate Tua. And then my whole house says, I hate Tua. Then channel 4, 6, 7, and 10 are there going, hey, there's a house paint that they hate Tua so much. They painted their house to say they hate Tua. And I'm like, no, it's not me. It's Brian Flores who hates Tua. Yeah, I don't want that mess. No. Let Brian Flores go screw up somebody else's house. He already screwed up my Dolphin house. Now you want him to screw up my personal house? No, let him go screw up Pittsburgh's house. Okay? Let him go do that. Fine. Get out of here. Big O, do your dogs sleep in the bed? No, they don't sleep in the bed. They can sleep on the floor around the bed. They can sleep anywhere, but not on the bed. No. Although my wife once in a while will get one of the little ones if they're not feeling well or something like that. Like Ziggy the other day was jumping, and I guess he kind of tweaked his back leg. So he was limping a little bit. And so, my wife she felt sorry for him and all that. Yeah, he'll walk it off. He's fine already. He walked it off. Like always, it happens to dogs all the time. I've had many dogs. And so she was concerned. So she took Ziggy to bed with her and, that kind of stuff. But outside of that, no. No, they sleep anywhere in the house, but not on the bed normally, especially the two big dogs. No way, dude. Those dogs will mess you up. They've got like talons. They don't have nails. They have talons. I don't cut their nails. They got some big ass. They're there to protect, bro. So they're going to bite the hell out of you and they're going to gouge you out. Because my dogs have got some talons, man. Talons, baby. Yeah. My two pups shove me all over the bed at night. Yeah, no, that's no way. That's if I put those two dogs, they'll shove you all over the place and they'll scratch you all over the place. I'm sure my eyeballs will pop out and end up somewhere in the bedroom somewhere where I can't find it. With the one good eye I have left, I'm trying to find the other eye that they popped out of or something. Yeah, that'll be my luck. All right, we're out of here. We thank, of course, all the great people that joined us here on the show. Sean Stanley mastering this program like he always does. The Brunetti family, thank you as always. Great sponsors of our program, Frank Fiore and Steve Calabro. Excellent work by them. Thank you as always, making it nice and easy for us. Tomorrow, we're going to be at Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. Come on by and join us. And remember, next week we are in Las Vegas. Starting on Wednesday, we'll be in Las Vegas broadcasting, and we'll be broadcasting live for the NFL draft Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We'll cover every pick for you, and we'll have a lot of fun. Y'all be good out there. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel. Love you all.